Good evening and welcome to the second meeting of fiscal year 2024 for the Milton Planning Board. At this time, I would like to call our meeting to order and begin by introducing our members and staff. We can start. Cheryl?
Cheryl Tagayas, Secretary.
Jim?
Jim Davis, member.
Sean?
Sean Fahey, member.
And myself, Meredith Hall, serving as chair. And now staff, Julia? Julia Gavin, clerk. And Tim?
Hi, Tim Zerwinski, Director of Planning and Community Development.
Great. And Josh and Maggie are on vacation. So Maggie may be joining us a little bit later, so we'll watch for her. At this time, we can now move to our administrative items. First, beginning with the approval of minutes for June 22nd and July 13th. There were edits that were sent out today. I don't know if everyone's had a chance to take a look at those.
I saw Cheryl's edits.
And there was, did I say June 20? I have June 22nd, but there was a June 28th was the.
I didn't see June 28th minutes in the folder, so.
Oh, it was 22nd.
It was June 22nd,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah. That's all right. So I believe all of us were present for all of those meetings.
Yes.
So we have a quorum, and most of us. All right, if I could have a motion to approve the minutes of June 22nd and July 13th.
So moved.
Second?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
What, I'm sorry, was that as amended?
As amended with
Yeah.
the edits for Cheryl.
Right, okay.
Yes. Okay, so the minutes are approved.
Did you do the roll
vote.
call, sir? Oh, no, we don't need to do it.
We don't need the roll call, so
okay.
can I just have a show of hands because we don't need to roll call. Okay. The next is the discussion of our upcoming meeting dates. We do have a meeting next Thursday. Our schedule is a little off this month. So we do have another, which was one of our originally scheduled meetings on the 10th. And then we have a public forum, which Tim will speak more about, that will be on the MBTA communities rezoning, overlay zoning. That is scheduled for August 14th, and there'll be, again, more details on that. And then we have our regular scheduled meeting on August 24th. Are those dates all good for everyone? Mm-hmm. Okay, great. So with that, we can move to our staff update. And Tim?
Thank you, Meredith. Couple things, a few upcoming applications that I just wanted to make the board aware of, and we can kind of talk about how we want to schedule those. The Bent's project on Pleasant Street. I hopefully everyone has been over there, maybe gotten a juice at the juice bar. The former cracker factory, now a mixed-use building over on Pleasant Street. One of the things that they have been encountering is a parking issue. It's a little bit of a tight site. The parking that they've got is not as accessible and user-friendly as they want. They are proposing to expand a parking lot behind the Bent's facility in the yard of the next door buildings. So there's a house to the right of Bent's that's in common ownership. So they're going to be proposing expanding their parking lot into that property. We've gone through and done a technical review of the application. It looks pretty good. As a sort of amendment to a site plan approval, there's not a lot of boxes to check. They're not doing anything with the building. There's a slight change to the site plan by way of circulation. They're also concurrently going to be going through a Board of Appeals process. And so that'll be something that we'll keep an eye on and make sure you've got all that. But that is going to have to be a public hearing. I told the applicant that, at least the first two meetings in August are looking a little, we want to have some room to talk about some other things. So, whether the board wants to take that up on the 24th or the first meeting in September, I think there's time to get a public hearing advertised for that. So it's up to you all.
we can think about that depending on how this evening and maybe things go on the 10th. The one thing I would say about Tim, if there is, as I recall, there was a lot of involvement from the neighbors and sort of some negotiations and input that was well received and in collaboration with the neighbors for that project. And so I would hope that there would be notification of those neighbors, just.
Yeah, as an amendment to a site plan approval, that'll have to be noticed to all of the abutters. And in the meantime, I'll talk to the applicant and just make sure that they've been talking to folks. But at the very least, everyone within 300 feet is going to get a letter in the mail. So all of those folks will be well aware of when that hearing's taking place. The other thing that's coming up, and this one should be a little bit easier, and I'm hoping we can just kind of bang it out next week, is on Central Ave. Now I forget the addresses, but the Central Ave dry cleaner and then the auto body shop next door, right at Central Ave station. You may not be aware, but that's actually one parcel. That's two businesses on one lot. The owner of that lot is interested in subdividing and effectively putting each of those businesses on their own parcel. So that would be an A&R application. I've taken a look at it. It's all looks all to be in order, but that'll be something the board needs to approve. It's very straightforward. I think we can probably get it on the agenda next week and have it done in short order. But that's coming down the pike. I'll want Josh to kind of touch on some more of this next week, but I just wanted to kind of let you know about, stuff that's going on down at Milton Landing. You are probably aware that we have been engaging with an engineering firm to do a feasibility study on on doing some dredging in the Neponset River, basically from Milton Landing down to the Neponset Bridge, to allow for more accessible travel of kind of larger watercraft during low tide conditions. If you've ever been, down to the landing recently, and by recently I mean even in the past few years, at low tide, it's mud flats. And so we got a Seaport Economic Council grant for $75,000 to do a feasibility study, working with our partners in the city of Quincy and city of Boston. One thing that our feasibility study surfaced was that some of the same hazardous materials that are making the lower Neponset River the subject to the EPA Superfund program are also found on the other side of the Baker Dam. The study area for the Superfund project is basically the Baker Dam upstream to the confluence of Mother Brook and the Neponset River. You can probably imagine that over the course of decades, some of those materials seep over the dam and kind of flow downstream. The implication of that is, a normal dredging project, you would sort of dredge up this material and you'd find somewhere to put it. You could sort of use it as fill. You can put it on the banks. You could dispose of it in other sort of ways. Once you get a certain percentage of, hazardous materials, PCBs, chromium, your options for cleanup and disposal become much more limited and much kind of more stringent. And so what we thought may be $1 million to $2 million, couple $1 million project, pretty big, but not unreasonable, has ballooned into a $25 to $35 million, project. And so we are in the process of doing a lot of things, continuing to work with our engineer. We're going to be arranging a meeting with our partners in City of Boston, City of Quincy. We're talking to the EPA. It's become a project of, magnitude that the town can't handle on its own. And frankly, probably, the three municipalities probably can't handle on their own. And so, we've been working on trying to figure out a way to get that done. One thing that I'll want Josh to talk a little bit more in detail about is more relevant to Milton Landing, some of the work that we're doing in terms of design for a new boat ramp, new floating dock, We're going to be getting a scope of work on repairs to the seawall. So, hand in hand with the work that the planning board and town meeting has done on the Milton Village zoning, we're all very interested in making sure that Milton Landing is, has, the opportunity to achieve its potential as a really premier waterfront location. So we'll have a little bit more on that next week. Josh has been kind of the point person on a lot of those projects, so I want him to be able to speak to it. Just a heads up on next week's agenda. We've got our consultant team from MAPC coming to do a sort of a formal kickoff of the East Milton zoning process. They've got, and I'll send it out tomorrow with the materials for next week's meeting already. They've got an agenda that they want to run through. They're going to want to get some input from the board on public process and how they want to proceed. So that'll be very exciting to finally get that underway. One bit of information there, Chris Kuschel, who was the project lead for MAPC on that, is actually leaving the agency. But some of you may know, I know Cheryl knows Josh Falia from MAPC, who did work with the master plan committee on some town center planning, is going to take the lead on that project. Rest of the team remains the same. Josh is familiar with the town, very knowledgeable and good planner. So it'll be good. And so that kickoff will be next week. And we'll start to talk about, how we want to get on the ground out in East Milton and start to talk about some mixed use zoning over there. And then finally, Meredith had wanted me to talk a little bit about budgeting and encumbering funds. And Meredith, you jump in if there's anything specific you want to talk about. But, we were obviously now in fiscal year 24. There had been some discussion sort of at the end of fiscal 23 of, we've got leftover money in the planning board budget. How can we kind of, utilize this? And just to sort of familiarize you with how, we approach not just planning board budget, but a lot of different budgets. And the way the planning board tends to use its budget is, when we bring a consultant on board to do a study or something, to do a job for the planning board, that'll come out of the planning board budget. It'll go into a purchase order in our accounting system, and sort of that contract is paid out of that purchase order. If that contract spans fiscal years, the town's got an obligation to pay contracts. And so, those funds will be encumbered to be able to pay that contract so that, we know we have the money to pay it out. A good example is the open space plan, which is being paid out of a supplemental budget request that the planning board did. That was a $50,000 contract. The work is spanning fiscal 23 and fiscal 24. We've got that money, squirreled away in an encumbrance to continue to pay that contract as invoices come in. One thing that I think we had been asked about at the previous meeting was, well, is there a possibility of a reserve fund transfer or a free cash allocation? Since we know the planning board is going to be putting X number of dollars into free cash, because we had money left over at the end of the fiscal year, can we sort of, request, Y amount of cash out of a reserve fund transfer or free cash allocation? I talked to the town administrator about that, talked to the town accountant. It's really not something that the town is inclined to do. Free cash especially, is subject to a certification by the Division of Local Services and the Department of Revenue. So, this is why, when the town's putting its budget together, that sort of certification of the free cash from the previous fiscal year is kind of like a really important milestone. We can sort of make our best educated guess about what the certified free cash number is going to be, but until we know from the state what it is, you really can't kind of trade on that number. And that's why that kind of winds up being a sort of a revenue source that gets appropriated at the following town meeting. Ditto for a reserve fund transfer, because that planning board, excess money is not necessarily going into the reserve fund. It's just not something that the town is sort of interested in doing. And you can imagine why. If every department said, hey, we've got extra money at the end of the year, we want to kind of use it for something else, it would really start to you're doing accounting for fiscal 24, and also you're still doing accounting for fiscal 23. So, the budget is what the budget is. If a contract is signed using funds from this fiscal year, those funds will be attached to that project. But, it really is sort of incumbent upon the department or the board or whoever it is to, go out and spend that money in the fiscal year for which it was, appropriated. And so that's why it's really important to start to think, ahead of what do we anticipate our budget priorities are going to be? Try to spend that money early so that we're not kind of left in a position. I've done, there's been instances where, I've gone out and chased some grant money, that kind of supplants planning board or MPIC budget. And so, I always like to get the free money, but sometimes it means that, you're wound up with budget at the end of the year that there's not much to do with. But so that's that. I don't know if anyone had any other questions about that. I've kind of reached the end of my rope in terms of my knowledge of how this works. So if there are other more specific questions, I can certainly bring them back to the town administrator and the town accountant so that the planning board has a good idea of how to manage its budget.
Tim, just in terms of practice for us all, for you and Josh and the board, could we at least once a month review our budget and what we have remaining to allocate and keep a list of areas where it could be spent? It seems, I think if we create the discipline in doing that monthly, we'll probably be more responsible to utilizing it.
I agree.
I think that's a fantastic idea. Happy to do it. We can, we'll make a note. We can probably, we can do that starting with the next meeting. I'll tell you, we haven't spent very much money in July, but just to get in the practice of doing that reporting, and just so you're all aware, when we talk about the planning board budget, I think a lot of times we're talking about, there's an allocation of $50,000 for plans and studies, which is something that, you need to be really deliberate about, spending that money and kind of how you're going to do it. There are other elements of the planning board budget. Julia's salary comes out of the planning board budget, for instance. So there's nothing to do with that. That's she's got a contract that gets paid that. We have a office supplies budget. So pens and paper and folders, as we need those, if you need a pen, we can get you one for planning board business if you want it. But that tends to be sort of how the department and the office kind of operates. You're probably familiar with our training and education budget. Julia will send out notices from Citizens Planner Training Collaborative on different training opportunities. Sometimes other opportunities come up. If anyone signs up for those come out of our training budget that we have for you all. Everyone is a member of the American Planning Association. Hopefully you're getting your planning magazine. There are other kind of opportunities that come with that. We have a budget for that. And so that's one thing where I've tried to, those allocations have tended to be level every year, and it tends to work out. Sometimes there's a little extra money in the postage budget. Sometimes there's extra money in the office supplies budget. But I think especially as it relates to training, for instance, there could be an opportunity to, move some money around, maybe a couple $100 less in office supplies and more in training. So I think, walking through that budget, is going to be a good idea. We've kind of done it and it's kind of worked. And I think there hasn't been too many questions or demands about it, but also absolutely kind of crack those books open and give you guys a better understanding of what we're up to and how your budget's being used. Delighted to do that. So we'll get that for next meeting if that's what you all are interested in, or we can do it whenever you need.
Update on that.
Can I just add a comment? I want, at the top of that list, I'd like to see the zoning, whether we do it in two pieces to get the legal components that general code identified, and then the next phase maybe would be with the attorney that Tim spoke to, where that rewrite could be, and then again, that rewrite is really to make it more user-friendly and clearer to use. I've been working with that, looking at that code actually this week quite a bit, and It is very confusing the way it's organized. But in any case,
As soon as.
if we could have
yeah,
it two-tiered, like first general code and then the attorney, I think we should, if we can get a proposal so that even if, I mean, I know it's in the minutes, 30 to 50,000, that's a pretty big range. So if we could say, you know, first phase is 10, second phase is 30, or something like that. And then I'd like to get a sense of how far we're going to get with the MBTA consultants and whether there's additional grants or whether we should reserve some money this year for additional consulting work on that.
Yeah, I think that's why we've sort of kept it fluid, because we weren't sure, and this was such an important year for consultants on that, so, yeah, I think those are.
And then, so Tim, the MAPC work is mostly grant funded with the match from last fiscal year, right? From the MPIC?
Correct.
Okay. So that's already all set?
Yep.
Okay.
Great. Terrific. Anything else, Tim? That was great. Thank you. I appreciate that update.
That's all I got. Thank you.
Okay, great. And so with that, we can now move to citizen speak. If there's anyone from the audience, we can invite you to come. Pete, please join us.
Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome.
Hello. Pete Jackson. I live on Capon Street. After the last forum on the MBTA zoning, I sent a bunch of comments in. I hope you all received them and hopefully had a chance to read them. I watched the planning department update to the select board on that, which in essence was the same presentation as the forum, you know, condensed a little bit and things like that. And sitting back and watching it, I had some observations that, you know, seeing it for a second time and in a new format, there are a lot of things that struck me about it. The analysis seems to be, to date, basically shuffling of numbers to make some numbers work. You know, how many lots, what size, how can we get them, you know, things like that. And there seemed to be just a numbers game. I haven't heard anything about a discussion of the character of the neighborhoods that would be created.
Recording in progress.
I didn't see anything about any analysis of alternatives of how to meet the goals, but looking at it in different ways. There was one presentation of a suggested solution. I mean, I know there's the MAPC one and the UTIL one, but within the half-mile zone, I didn't see looking at different ways of looking at it and things like that. I didn't hear any discussion of the equity of impact and how to think about where these impacts occur and how they might be distributed or looking at equity. I didn't hear anything about town infrastructure impacts, particularly on traffic. You know, Elliott Street is already really busy and things like that, and if there was significant new traffic on that, there certainly has to be consideration of that. And I know you're struggling around a hard deadline to get something, but I don't think the town should get something, you know, just for the sake of getting it done, and that it doesn't really address the issue or think of a lot of things. I think we're a very long way from developing any kind of well-considered, equitable, visionary solution to an unprecedented change of our zoning since 1938. So I know there's this December deadline, and I know there's a lot of discussion in town about trying to get reclassified, which would give us an extra 2 years or whatever. I don't know exactly how that works. But from where I see the status of the proposal, I don't think we're anywhere close to being ready to get anything ready for town meeting in December. So I don't know, you know, how the board views that, how the department views that, or how the town views that. I'm very supportive of complying with the zoning and developing zoning to meet the requirements, but it's a tough problem, and it's going to take time, and it's going to take a lot of discussion. So, thank you.
Thank you, Pete.
Thank you,
Excellent
Pete.
comments. Anyone else?
We've got a hand up in the on the Zoom.
Okay, let's take somebody from Zoom. Introduce.
Christine, go ahead. If say your name and your address for the record.
Hi, can you hear me? This is Christine Hodline.
Yes, Christine, welcome.
All right, thank you. I live at 112 Maple Street, and I'm here. I had just went through the agenda, and I saw that you're talking about some of the articles that are going to be discussed to come before the next town meeting, which I assume will be in December. But I have a question about one of the articles that I actually asked a question about after the May town meeting, which was the ADU article, which was referred back to the planning board for further work. And I think at that time I was told that there was going to be some progress on that and you'd be working on it. And I just wondered if somebody could provide an update on where that is in the queue or what work has been done. So that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. At Citizen Speak, we typically don't talk, but that is very much still on our radar, Christine, and something that we would like to see. Some of the things that you see on our agenda are very sort of small, minor amendments to current zoning. And we want to really be careful and really put the time into doing that right. But that is something I think our whole board is very much supportive of revisiting the ADU. So it's not put on the back burner forever, I promise. So MBTA sort of has thrown off our schedule for what we were trying to initially accomplish this year. So thank you for your concern on that. Anyone else from Zoom? Or
We've got Rick Neely in the attendees. Just state your name and address for the record.
This is Rick Neely, 23 Russell Street. I'm just want to speak and inform the board that I did send an email last week to the select board supporting their efforts to join with your board in sending a letter to the MBTA regarding the classification. I think it's important to get categorized correctly as we try to comply with the law. I think it's also important to pay attention to the history that, for example, Mr. Acera spoke to at the select board meeting last week. It's pretty clear to me that when you have buses from Brockton and Randolph that drop off passengers at Ashmont as the first rapid transit spot, that's an example that supports the argument that we do not have rapid transit service here. I also would comment on looking at the PowerPoint from the July 25th presentation, and I think the board needs to look at the density that's being proposed. And some of that density, you're talking about a 9% increase in the town's population in a very small area of the town. So some of those proposals are providing an extensive amount of density that may be too much for the infrastructure of the town. And I think Mr. Jackson is correct in his previous comments that there's still a lot of work to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Great, appreciate that. Any other hands up that you're seeing, Tim? No? Anyone
Nope.
else from the audience? Not at this time? Okay. Thank you very much for all those comments. We really appreciate it. We can now move on to opening our public hearing for 152 Robin Street. Ned, if you want to join us.
Thank you, and good evening. Ned Corcoran, counsel for the applicant, here with Brian Johnson, who is the personal representative of the applicant. And nice to
Ned,
be here.
can I interrupt you for just a moment, please? It looks like Maggie is in the attendees. I don't know if she wants to be promoted to a panelist.
Thank you for catching that.
Sorry about that.
Sorry.
Quite all right, happy to have her.
All right. Maggie, are you with us?
There she is.
Hi, thank you. Sir, apologies for being late.
No problem. Thank you. Glad you can make it. All right, so go ahead. You can continue. Thanks.
Thank you. So Ned Corcoran, and this is a continuation of a hearing I think started on July 13th. I was not present. I was on Zoom, not present. I know that Brian and our engineer were here. And there was a pretty robust discussion of the application and the proposal. There were some certain questions and issues that you asked us to come back with. There was an effort to schedule a site walk, which unfortunately has not been able to be scheduled, and we're certainly open to assisting the board should a site walk want to be held. And so I think, and in the interim, last week, we received a brief report from the town engineer relative to utilities and some other things. So we did after we received that, we did prepare a revision to the proposed site plan that addressed as much of those comments as possible. I emailed that to Tim this morning because we just did get it late yesterday. I'm happy to kind of walk through what those modifications are. I also have my computer open, and if necessary, I can be added as a panelist, and I can walk through a draft of a site plan review approval with you as well. So if that's appropriate this evening, and we certainly would hope that it might be. So.
Is that okay with the board? If he goes ahead and does that? Sure. Yeah, that's great. That's
great.
That'll be helpful.
So my notes, as I went back through my notes, indicated there were a couple of things. One, you want to update the location of light poles. We added a light pole in the walkway between the proposed market building and the greenhouse. We also added a light pole next to the end of the walkway closest to the dwelling. We provided cut sheets for the lighting and the type of lighting. I know there's a question regarding specifically what type of lighting. I think LED lightings we're proposing, and I think that the draft of decision that I've prepared would say that they have to be dark sky compliant, and that lights would be turned off 1 hour after closing. I know there's a question about work on the stone wall. We didn't prepare a separate plan relative to modification of the stone wall at the driveway opening, but the plan is to simply take a sort of a rounded entry and turn it back more sharply to make the turn in and out easier, and simply using the same stone and the same material with the same style. And I make a note in the draft of the decision that's what would be done. We don't have a separate hand-drawn example of what the wall would look like, but it would be exactly the same. We'd just be cutting it at a different angle.
So Ned, that was a question. It's 18, the width of the driveway, if we could just have the dimensions of that when you go through it. What is the width of the driveway? Does that change? And then what will be the final width as it splays out on Robbins? Because that may trigger, which, depending on how it's done, may trigger the scenic road bylaw if it's greater than 18 feet.
Yeah, the greater than 18 feet deals with the removal of 18 linear feet of wall.
Correct,
It's not
right.
the width of the opening, unless you're removing 18 feet of wall to create an opening. So
you're only, so how much are you?
Currently, the opening is 14 feet. We're proposing widening it to 18 feet. So
Okay,
we'd be
all right.
removing 4 feet of wall and just reworking the curve, like he said, using the exact same stones
Okay,
and same means and methods as is already there, which is just dry stacked stone.
okay, perfect. That's nice.
We did talk with our neighbor directly across the street again after the last meeting, because he had asked at one point, I think, if it was necessary to go from the 14 to 18. And looking at it, he agreed that it would be safer exit.
Safer, yeah.
Just if someone was trying to pull in and someone was trying to pull out, it would be safer to have that extra 4 feet.
And I think particularly because Robin Street itself is, it's winding and it's not overly wide. So having that extra room within the site for maneuverability would make things safer for travel on Robbins.
So the plan that's submitted does indicate an 18-foot wide driveway. However, it indicates an entrance that's 35 feet.
Those
I understand.
rounded corners
Yeah.
are existing already. So it's just basically, one of them is actually not even gonna be touched. Only one side moves, the same curve, just moves over 4 feet. Those curves are already existing.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I was unclear about.
So I think
Yeah,
this is the
this
existing.
curve is already existing and
Is there a
we're not
sidewalk
gonna
there?
change that at all.
Sidewalk
No,
there?
there's no sidewalk.
Is it grass?
We actually, yeah, there's grass.
So there's actually an existing driveway curvature that goes there's grass between the property line and the edge of pavement for the roadway. The width of the driveway at that widest point is 35 feet.
I think a dimension
That's a
on,
ways beyond the stone wall. Sorry.
I think it would be helpful to have dimensions on the plan because the words don't tie to anything really. And what's 20 feet and what's 30 feet, it's just pointing to the middle of the driveway. And how does that enforced, in the end when it's done, I guess, is the way I think about it.
And you were nice enough to offer to stake that for our site walk, which would be really helpful. When
You
we
offered
do.
to stake
And I
it.
promise we will get a site walk scheduled. Tim has been trying. It's vacation schedules, I think, were.
Understood,
Difficult.
and obviously we're trying to do it as
Yeah.
quick as reasonably possible, so, but we would stake the corners of buildings, we'd stake,
Okay.
and I think looking at what's out there, the intent would be that there's no additional widening of the driveway within the town's right-of-way.
Right.
The town that would require a permit from the town.
Right.
Yeah, it's just a question of having the plan reflect
Exactly.
the discussion.
Okay.
I did
Really,
take
the
a walk out
The
there
only key
today.
dimension on there is really is the 18 foot, because that's the only thing that's changing, is from the 14 to the 18.
Yeah, but the pavement will be wider. So like I went and took a walk over there today and I sent some photos to Tim, but there's two vertical granite posts, if you will, that sort of terminate the curve in the stone wall, right? And so is it 18 feet from granite pier to granite pier? Is it 35 feet from edge of asphalt to edge of asphalt before the grass starts? And then is that a 20-foot radius? If you just labeled them all, instead of having it one note that points to a nebulous area, then it'll be clear. I think much more clear.
Yeah, Ned, I think if there's a dimension that comes across the entry, where it is 35 feet, then I think
Yeah.
one of the things that probably isn't accurate to what is presented, it does say drive entrance widened to 35 feet. I think what you're both saying is it already is 35 feet. Did I hear you incorrectly? That it already is 35 feet and you're not making it wider?
As far as I know, the only thing we're widening is essentially those two granite posts that she just said.
Okay.
And one of them stays right in place, and the other one just scoots over 4 feet. And we
Okay.
reuse the exact same post, just move it over 4 feet.
Okay, so the way it's presented on the drawing might not be accurate to what you're actually doing, because I think what you're saying, you're not changing the width at the dimension where it is 35 feet.
No.
The drawing does say drive entrance widened, so I think if you present it, that the drive entrance is 35 feet, it's an existing condition, that'd be more accurate to what you're proposing, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
We can make a clarifying note.
Thank you. That's great.
Can I ask Cheryl? I saw your photos that you took. Was there something you wanted to demonstrate from the photos?
I wanted to have us bear in mind the piers,
Yeah.
but also I did want to talk about a feature. When Ned was done, I wanted to talk about this feature, which is a stone steps, and how that relates to the site planning.
Okay.
But I thought Ned could run through first,
Finish.
and then I could talk about that.
Okay.
Tim
No.
has these photos. He's going to pop
You
them
can
up.
probably share.
Cheryl, I actually never got that email. I don't know if you are in a position to resend it.
Yeah, why don't we
did
let
send
Ned
it, but let
continue?
me try.
Let's let Ned get through his, and then if you can
I'll
do
see-
that,
see
then
what
maybe by that
happened,
time, then Tim will have
Okay,
it.
maybe the,
Great.
okay.
I think there was a question about dimensions, height, materials for the building. I had provided in the original application, at least the dimensions.
The height's in there as
The
well.
height's in there. It's 28 feet tall, 1.5 story. The plan shows the square footage. It's 1 story, it's 1,120 square feet. Frame building with a deck outside. I think the of interior retail space. The greenhouse would be 875 square feet. The total surface area of the building, or the lot coverage of the building, would be 1,900 square feet, and that's in the application. In terms of the materials, we haven't provided separate color palette. It's the intention that the building as rendered is what the building would look like. And it would be earth tone, either clapboard or other natural material with essentially earth tones. But the intent is that the rendering sort of defines what the building would look like. The last note I have is that the dumpster location is shown now. It is approximate to the area of the new parking. Just, if you're looking at the plan to the left, it shows as a dumpster enclosure there. The other notes I would make would be that the town engineer makes note that we need a proposed stormwater management plan. I would indicate in the proposed decision that they would have to prepare and file a stormwater management plan for review and approval of the town engineer before any such work would be performed. And with that, we're open it to questions. There are probably a couple of things that were asked for, and we either lost it in my note, or we'll have done it inadvertently, and we'll point it out.
I have a comment about the light fixture.
You want to, yep. Go.
The light fixture information that you sent today didn't have a photometric, which is basically just showing the amount of light output and its distribution. I did see that it's optional to be dark sky compliant, so that would be something we'd ask for. But also, if it's LED lamps, color temperature is important, and the light output. So, because there's a number of these and they're fairly close together, you don't need probably a high lumen output.
Yep.
So, I was hoping to get a bit more information. Alternatively, we can condition it and put in those, but I would like to have a little time to think about and research what the right numbers would be for that. I think in terms of the temperature, probably like 2,700.
2,700 is what
Kelvin,
we're
yeah. So, if so that's my comment about the lighting. But I did take a walk over today since we didn't get that site walk scheduled, and I had the time to do that. And I did take some photos, and I saw some steps. And so I wanted to talk a little bit. Remember the last meeting I talked a little bit about the position of the buildings, and I wanted to look at that too. So, what does the existing house look like from the street, and and to sort of think about what these buildings might look like. So I did a little diagram of the site too that I'd like to show you, and it's venturing into the territory of designing your project, which I don't want to do, but I want to use it to demonstrate to you the idea that I was talking about last week, so you can think about before our next meeting. So, Tim, did you receive those now?
The one, I just comment, and I know Brian and I talked about, and I think one of the issues around how does it fit on these buildings fit on the land with the other mansion, is that we think the real view to be preserved of that mansion is the broadside front-on view. And that's visible from the upper portion of the property, looking down into the property. And if you relocated buildings up into another portion of the area, you would lose that view.
I think if we look at,
That's a
I
concern.
just wanted to see if Tim has that diagram, because the greenhouse itself is in the line of vision, and so maybe it needs to be more deliberate, like it's intended to be. I kind of was thinking about it like a gentleman's farm kind of setup, you might think of that you might find in Virginia or Bucks County, Pennsylvania or something, where there's a nice main house, but then there's other buildings. And
Are you looking for the diagram or the photos?
well,
Cheryl?
let's do the photos first and then the diagram. Anyway, those can be larger, Tim. There we go. So, and there's one that's taken from that stone step that's on Robbins, and I don't know what the history is there, but you do have some flower pots there. There's another one, Tim, that's a little bit further away where you can see the flower pots. That's a little closer. You get my finger in that one. Well, there's there is one that's kind of head on too, but you can. I don't know what that may have been at one point in time in terms of why those steps are there. They just lead into the lawn now. And I did notice that, there you go, that. So it does kind of bring you to, in essence, where the greenhouse is going to be. So if we think about the things that are already there, the way the house is oriented towards the lawn, and then you have these steps, and then you're introducing a couple of new features. What's the organizational relationship? So now, Tim, if you could go to that diagram or that sketch, which is just a little overlay over the existing. And if you could zoom in to where that arrow is in the middle. So you can see where I highlighted or circled where north is. So this house is oriented north, dead on to north, and south is below it. And so that arrow on the middle is where those steps are, and that's that view corridor. So if you thought about that view corridor in the relationship to the greenhouse, and I just did it this way, so okay, if you have you can see the house, maybe you have something where you're actually seeing into your planting beds, which are on the south side. And then if you just have the geometry oriented in a similar way as the house. I think to me, it kind of makes sense with the way that house has such presence in that northerly direction, that the other structures could too. And it doesn't have to be in exactly these positions. But it's just rotating them. It's where they are now, rotating them a bit. And so maybe that's something that you could, when you stake it out, that could be kind of looked at. So
and still allowing the sun, because obviously you were trying to, I think you were looking at, for the greenhouse purposes, getting direct sunlight on those, but that sounds like that's achievable.
Well, this is a true north-south orientation the way it is here, because the house is in a true north-south orientation. So in this case, in the case that it is on the underlying plan that was provided to us, it's not a true north-south orientation for the planting beds or the greenhouse. But anyway, it was something that I just wanted to point out. I want you to take a look at. Since you have time before it's staked out. The pieces are similar locations, but it's got the geometry kind of to think about with the existing. And to kind of think about those stone steps.
Yeah. And when we see it staked, maybe that'll help too.
And I did notice too that where the market was shaded this morning, at least at 9 a.m. And so that and is more hidden in the trees, whereas up where the greenhouse is more visible from Robin Street for sure. So having that, have a comfortable relationship, since it's now in the front yard, basically, of that house, which has that sort of stately appearance or setting.
Great. Maggie or Sean, did you have comments on questions? I think you had asked about a water line to the greenhouse.
And everything that, that we spoke of is now represented on the plan. So, you know, the questions that we asked, and Brian, you answered in the meeting, they're now on the plan that does show electric power to the, you know, to the greenhouse. It shows water to the greenhouse. So I think you've added all the utilities that you had explained to us that you would want to have. There was one comment that was made in the meeting, and it's not, I don't see it reflected on the plan anywhere, but you had made mention that you intend to save all the trees. I'd like to hope that that happens, and maybe that could be added, you know, to the plan, just as a commitment to save the trees for the sake of the neighbors, you know. And I know you have a very good relationship with the neighbors. They came and spoke on your behalf, but that was one comment that I recall that you made.
Trees are all noted on the plan.
Yeah.
As being, staying there.
Sure.
But if you'd like another specific note saying something like that,
I think,
happy to add that.
We could certainly add it to the decision.
I think you could add it to the decision, and I would suggest that if there was some reason that there was a tree that needed to be removed, that come back for review. So just to be clear about that.
That's great.
And Meredith, if you don't mind.
Yeah, Maggie, go ahead.
Can I?
Please. Yes.
So I had a question about your reporting of your products every year. So I would hope whatever reporting mechanism we decide for this project, that it's fairly uncomplicated, because putting more burden on our town staff, which includes the building inspector, because he is our enforcement officer. I think the less complicated, the better. And I just would want to make sure that our town staff, the building inspector, which then also includes the ZBA, that they fully understand the exemption. Because if you read, Mass General Law 48, Section 3, the business only needs to produce at least 25% of their products for sale during their main market months, which traditionally is June, July, and August, and September. It could change a little bit depending on what products they decide to sell. So I just want to make sure that we know that as long as they meet the threshold of a product being 25%, that they can really sell kind of anything else during the rest of the year. So I just want to make sure that we're clear on reporting, and we don't want to make it more cumbersome for the applicant or for town staff either. Thanks.
Thank you. I had just a couple of questions. One, and I'm sorry if I'm unable to see this, but it says there's a concrete retaining wall. Could you point that out on the plan, and how high is the concrete retaining wall? Is that, maybe that's existing currently?
Where's the note here?
It's on under the legend. It lists, under legend, it lists CRW, concrete retaining wall. And I couldn't see it, and it might be an existing.
No, that's not.
I don't. And I just would be curious to know how tall in the location. And if you
I'm
don't,
not sure why that's even in the legend. It could just be a typical
Typical
thing in
legend,
the
yeah.
legend.
Okay.
From other projects from the engineer or something like
Okay.
that, because
all right, that would be
we're
great if you
not
could just.
proposing any concrete walls and
It
there's
doesn't,
not any
it didn't,
there.
it didn't seem to fit with what you're,
No.
anything else you're proposing. And my second question is, you had the photograph of the greenhouse, what you're proposing to build was beautiful. It looked like something out of the English countryside. It had a stone foundation. Is that indeed a stone foundation, what you're proposing on that? So,
Yes.
okay. Maybe, I don't know if that could be in the description. Again, without going into huge detail on, materials, but a stone or what type of stone that you're proposing on that greenhouse. 'Cause that would-
Meredith, may I add something that you made me think of? In looking at the plan, there's no, it says the square footage of the two structures, but it doesn't give dimensions. I think it would be helpful to have the dimensions of the structures.
Does have the dimensions of the market. It says 28
Oh.
by 40.
Yes, you're right, the greenhouse
The
doesn't.
greenhouse doesn't. It is in the application.
Okay, okay, that's fine.
It has the square footage.
And it does have the dimensions in the application as well as the height.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, so the square footage is, and I had to blow this up to see it, Cheryl, because I couldn't see it either. But the greenhouse is 875 square feet, and the market is 1,120. So, 28 by 40 for the market, but,
25 by 35 is the greenhouse.
oh, is that what it is?
It does say that in the application.
It does, okay.
Well, it looks like a wonderful project. It's very tastefully designed. Any other questions? Oh, I guess the only other things too, I think we talked about hiding or burying utilities as much as possible, and I know there's a utility pole. Bringing the electric from the house, I don't know if you're bringing it directly off the street to the new market, or if you're bringing electricity from the house to the market.
Yeah.
If you could remind us just how those, are we going to have power lines, are they coming from where, or is there any way to bury those utilities?
The utilities from the market would be coming from the existing service in the house, which is already large enough to service the
That's
market.
what I thought you said.
They
Okay.
would certainly be underground,
Okay.
which that's noted on the plan.
Okay,
We do hope in the project to eliminate that existing pole and put the existing service to the house also underground.
That would be
That's
great.
kind of separate from this project,
Yeah.
but we would like to do it, just, it would be much nicer.
right,
So we are in discussions with the power company about that.
okay,
But the proposed power for sure is underground.
okay, great. So maybe we could add that as a condition that is done, so
As far as the existing service going underground, I can't commit to that because we don't have,
right.
and like I
for the
said, that's
utility.
kind of separate from this
Yeah,
project.
no, not that, but
We
the
do hope
connection to
to
the
do
new
it.
market. Yeah,
but-
that's great, I appreciate
For
that.
sure, everything new would be underground.
Okay,
Is that on here? The electrical from the house to the market?
Yes. That's the PW
Proposed.
proposed water. I thought he had it on there, maybe he doesn't.
Power.
yeah, I just saw the water, but I didn't,
Yeah, I'm with you.
Show PE.
the water line.
Obviously, you're gonna bring power in.
I think,
PW.
I think he shows it from PE is what he intends to be proposed electric, and that shows going from the market to the greenhouse.
You mean
but it's-
PW?
No, PE and PW, they run parallel to each other.
Line.
Yeah.
Okay,
Proposed
maybe he
water.
doesn't show it from the house to
Let's
the.
just say
But
W.
Brian, I think he doesn't show it from the house to the market yet.
Okay, so that should probably be put on the plan as well. Yeah, and again, there's also a stone retaining wall, which is probably the same as the concrete retaining wall, which maybe just was put into the legend, but is,
Yeah.
I don't think there's,
There's
I
no-
didn't see any retaining walls
There's no
here.
retaining walls.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, the note at the driveway entrance says remove stone retaining wall, expand pavement. And it should probably just be existing stone wall, not retaining wall, because
Yeah,
it's not serving as a retaining wall.
right.
This pushes back on the.
Could we ask
Right, yeah.
Tim if he could email Cheryl's markup of the plan and those photographs to us so that we have access to them?
Yeah. Tim, you can do that, right?
Certainly.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
And if everyone has not responded to Tim's site walk, you know, we're being offered an opportunity to do it. I know not everyone might not be able to make it and may need to just pop over or walk by the street at some point, but
Did another one go out?
I'll send a fresh poll with new dates. It'll probably, want to be
a lot of the dates are
Early
passed
evening.
now, and so, yeah.
early evening, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Yeah.
But keep an eye out for that tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking at the application. I haven't found the dimensions listed on here. It does talk about the square footage. So, again, it's just tying what.
I could be mistaken.
Yeah, that's okay. It's just if we could add it either to the plan or to the narrative. I just think it's, maybe it's dotting the I and crossing the T, but it's useful to have. Sometimes somebody's just looking at the plan, and if it's nice if there as much information as legible can be included on the plan.
So I've got specific comments relative to the plan. One would be to add the proposed electric from house to market, showing where that would be located. One is to add dimensions of the greenhouse. One is to clarify the dimensions of the driveway opening.
Then they requested that there be a note in the decision or somewhere saying that no trees should be removed.
I can, if you'd like to do it, I can share, if I can be named a panelist, I can share my screen and I can put up the draft. It's about a 3 or 4 page thing, and we can simply,
Or do you want to email
Just
that out to
emailing,
everybody?
yeah.
I'm happy to email it.
Yeah.
But why don't we do that,
Yeah,
just
that's
for the
fine.
sake, that's perfect.
I'll add the provisions that we've talked about, and
Yeah.
then I'll share it.
That's great. And then we can send Ned send Tim our comments
Right.
if we have any. That'll be most efficient.
Okay.
Great. So did you want to continue to the 10th?
That'd be
Do you
great.
think that'll give you enough time? Okay. Does that sound good to the board?
Yeah, that's okay with me.
Okay. Then can I have a motion to continue the public hearing for 152 Robbins Street, site plan approval, to August 10th at 7. We have already a public hearing that night for memory care also scheduled. So should we
It's gonna
say,
be quick.
okay, so 7, should we say?
Same time.
7:05.
This is gonna be quick.
Okay.
Memory cares will be-
So we'll.
So moved.
So moves. Second? Second? Okay. All in favor to move the hearing?
We have Maggie on though now.
And Maggie, sorry, we do need to do a roll call because now we have Maggie. So all in favor, Jim?
Yes.
Maggie? Right. You're on mute?
So
Keep going.
111 is 7:05 and this one's 7:10? Or,
7:06 because you said that.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, we can say 7:10 by the time we get started, so
Yeah,
that'll be
if
fine.
you'll-
7:10.
we'll just go by.
Yeah, say 7:10. Cheryl?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
Myself, yes. And Maggie, did you get unmuted? I know sometimes her,
Yes, yep.
she's yes. Okay.
Sorry.
All in favor to move. All right. Thank you very much. 152 Robin Street site plan approval is continued until August 10th. Thank you. Thank you very
I
much.
just wanted to mention, it's okay, if it doesn't work for everyone to come to the site visit at the same time, you're welcome to come at different times. Just wanted to put that out
Okay.
there.
All
If you
right.
want to all come at the same time, that's great, but if it, can't
Okay.
work, we're happy to host people at a couple different times.
Thank you, that's nice.
Brian, that'd actually help me. When would it be ready?
The only thing we need to do is put some stakes in, which won't take very much time at all. That could be ready, as early as Sunday or Monday.
Okay. I'll be out of town Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, so I'll probably go on my own on Thursday.
Okay. All right.
Thank
We
you.
will get back to you. Thank you very much on that. Okay, now moving on to new business. We don't have any new business, so we're moving on to old business. So,
I have one item.
Yeah.
I don't know if you consider it new, but it hasn't been discussed in our meeting, and it's a question really for Tim. I had a resident that sent me an RFP draft for 165 Governor Stoughton Lane, otherwise understood and known as the animal shelter, for a housing project up there. And it's, the way this is drafted, the RFP will be issued apparently by the planning department, and the proposals will go to Tim. So I assume, Tim, you must know something about it. And given we spend so much time talking about housing in here, the way this is drafted right now, it's a draft, but it's a 50% affordable housing project. I'd just like to know, as much as we might know about this.
So this is actually on the select board's agenda on Tuesday. This has been something that the Governor Stoughton trustees and the Affordable Housing Trust have been discussing for quite some time, actually. It is in draft form. There's still a lot up in the air at the Governor Stoughton site, especially relative to the animal shelter. The animal shelter currently has an RFP for construction at the access road site off of Randolph Ave. If that doesn't pan out, which it didn't pan out the last time that we did one, there's going to be a very lengthy and detailed discussion about, how uses can be shared potentially up on the Governor Stoughton site. And so I think this is something that the Affordable Housing Trust has been working with Mass Housing Partnership on an RFP. It's been, not behind the scenes, it's been, in public meetings at the Affordable Housing Trust, but in terms of having a broader public discussion about it, I think that there has been, a little bit of a waiting game trying to sort of understand, okay, what's going to be happening at the animal shelter site. That will affect what sort of goes into that RFP, what land is available for affordable housing. So that's becoming a little bit broader of a public conversation. Again, select board, in their role as the Governor Stoughton trustees have discussed it at a number of their meetings. They're going to be discussing it in further detail on Tuesday. I think they're intending to have a public hearing to hear from members of the public, neighbors, abutters. But the concept of affordable housing on the Governor Stoughton site has been a topic of conversation, since before Pulte. And so it's kind of been an ongoing, project on the part of the Governor Stoughton trustees and the Affordable Housing Trust. We can certainly put an agenda item on the agenda if folks are interested in that, to have a further discussion there. But that's also going to be on the select board agenda on Tuesday.
So that was a question, because we really can't discuss it because it's not on our agenda, but thank you, Tim, for answering that question. I think that's a really good question. So there will be time, will it be citizens speak for the public, anyone watching tonight, anyone who's interested to attend, or will that, it's not a public hearing because that hasn't been posted, but you're saying there may be a future public hearing posted for that?
Yeah, so you can go to the select board and go to Citizen Speak and talk about whatever you want. But I think the select board, again, in their role as the Governor Stoughton trustees, intends, and this is the last conversation I had with the town administrator and the chair, intends to have an opportunity to have a public conversation, in a public hearing setting about that.
That's great. And I know the
I
historical.
don't know when that'll be scheduled for, but there's
Okay.
obviously not going to be any decisions made before that happens.
That's great. And I know the Historical Commission is really concerned since before Pulte, that was considered one of the 11th most endangered historic sites in the state of Massachusetts. So just, and especially the pest house, which is one of the last pest houses, I think, in the country. It's really, and in very good condition. So I think, bringing as many opportunities for neighbors and people to be able to, look at what's happening up there is great. So
Just as a procedural question, wouldn't something that big come before the planning board?
No municipal project comes before the planning board.
No, this is so.
So the new fire stations, a new school, it's actually something, it's a good question for another agenda item.
I know, because other towns operate differently than Milton has. But it's under really the governor, it's not even the municipal.
Right,
it's
true.
It's the trustees of Governor Stoughton Trust.
So actually, just to put some clarity to Jim's question, the decision to dispose of land or to lease land for a project is squarely in the Governor Stoughton trustees. The permitting of that, and Cheryl is, it's a little bit of a hazy area, but if you look at the zoning bylaw, a multifamily project, is squarely in site plan approval territory. I think so there's probably an opportunity for formal review by the planning board, not again for the decision to sort of dispose of the land and do the project in the first place, but when an actual sort of if and when a respondent is chosen and a project is proposed, my instinct here is that very well may go before the planning board for site plan approval, or depending on the nature of the project and the nature of kind of what the town decides on its kind of preferred path for permitting, that could be, like a friendly 40B project, for instance, which would then go through the Board of Appeals rather than the planning board. But I mean, one way or the other, it's not a straight municipal project in the sense that the fire station or the library is. It would be, the RFP would be for a private developer to come in, in the same way that the Pulte project had to go through a special permit process because it was a cluster subdivision. Whatever entitlement process this project sort of would decide to go through, it would go through that, whether it's planning board, site plan approval and variance from the Board of Appeals, or 40B comprehensive permit hearing through the Board of Appeals.
So Tim, what would trigger the site plan approval? Because the multifamily use would require a zoning change or a 40B process, right?
Or like we did with 440 Granite Ave, with the simultaneous site plan approval variance from the Board of Appeals. I can't, I'm not in the prediction game, so I don't know if that would be sort of the chosen entitlement path. But that's how you would get the site plan approval, is because it's a multifamily structure. Or you would go just straight to the Board of Appeals and just get the comprehensive permit.
Just so it's clear, so the use would need to get approval from the Zoning Board of Appeal, and the site plan approval then usually is reserved for something that's an approved use, like we're doing with agriculture, or this is where 440 Granite Ave was confusing because it bounced between the ZBA and the planning board, because you really can't do one without the other. And it's so I guess that would be the choice of the trustees of how they choose to go, but it's not a preferred.
Well, as far as planning for the town, this seems like a big project, and we may or may not see it at site plan review is what I'm getting
This one's a
depending on
little, this one
protocol.
is a little bit unique because that land parcel is within the control of the select board. And it dates back to,
1700.
well, yeah, it does date back. You
get
probably
that
know that
part.
history.
Who act
Yeah,
as
yeah,
trustees,
but-
yeah.
Yeah,
So,
okay.
okay, that's great. That, you know, I think folks should tune in on the 8th and come and speak. If you have some, you know, folks are concerned or have questions, so.
I think for the same reason that this person sent this to me, they didn't understand the process either, you
Right.
know, and an awful lot of people feel like the planning board is involved in something that we don't necessarily, you know, at least at this stage, we're not involved.
Well, it's similar to the Lower Guile Field, where it seemed to residents that the planning board should be involved. So it's maybe when we get to the zoning section and we talk about site plan approval.
Yeah. In this particular case, Cheryl, the residents around this have not been in, this hasn't been opened up to them. So this has been happening kind of behind the scenes. And I think the residents felt a little blindsided. So that's why I ended up getting an email, because a person thought that I might be able to help them out. But I'll pass along the information that Tim's given. They can listen to the tape of the meeting and understand what they can do.
Great, thank you, Tim. And what might be helpful is when things come or look like they're coming out of the planning department, if we could just be given a heads up so that if residents come to us and we don't know what's happening, that we can at least be just updated on things that are being issued out of the planning department's office.
Yeah, no, absolutely, 100%. I mean, that's kind of more a function of, you know, we don't have up until Monday, we didn't have a procurement officer. And so, you know, that's kind of a placeholder, you know, in terms of that. But I hear you loud and clear on that. And like I said, you know, it'll be up for discussion on Tuesday at the select board. And, you know, I think, you know, it's early enough days. I think if the planning board wanted to indicate, you know, there may or may not be a formal role, but I think if the planning board wanted to indicate, you know, their desire to be involved in this discussion in any way, I think the select board would welcome that. So happy to pass along any information on that, or you know, Meredith can get in touch with the chair of the select board directly on that.
And just to follow up on that comment where anything that comes out of the planning department, to both Sean's point and Meredith's point, we do hear a lot of things from residents and town meeting members. So I know, Tim, you had just sent out a letter to all town meeting members about the MBTA mandate. So I was just wondering if, like, something like that, would that have, or should it have, maybe it shouldn't, I don't know, should you have sort of run it past us before you sent it out? Because I didn't get it and people were calling me and emailing me about it. So I don't always check my my emails in a timely manner, but so I just want the point of, if it's coming from the planning department, it would just sort of be nice to kind of have a heads up so we know when people ask us questions.
Understood. I don't. So the idea of reaching out directly to town meeting members, I mean, I'm in a lot of meetings. I thought that actually came out of suggestion here, but maybe that was something that that was an internal meeting. But that was something we just thought was, and this is myself, the town administrator, the town clerk, chair of the select board, thought it was a good idea. You know, as we were kind of approaching, you know, the season of putting the warrant together and, you know, making sure that, you know, when folks got their warrant in the mail, it wasn't coming out of the clear blue sky, that, you know, town meeting members, you know, should be, you know, aware that this is coming. And really what that document really, the main substance of it was, you know, go to the website, everything's been recorded. You know, planning board's been discussing it. Come to the planning board. There's going to be a public hearing. It'll be a town meeting. Just really laying out the process and pointing people in the direction of the information. And so, you know, again, just in the interest of getting this out to the broadest kind of cross section of folks, And I know, when we get to the MBTA communities item on the agenda, we've got some options for, a town-wide mailing. This is just another means of getting that information out there, to as broad and kind of relevant an audience as possible.
Oh, and I appreciate that. And, I don't want to micromanage, but it also, someone who I talked to just said when he read his letter, it implied to a town meeting that it all kind of is a done deal and there weren't any other options. So, just we have to be a little bit more clear that it's not a done deal.
I got the letter, and I didn't read it as a done deal in the letter, but
It reads that way. Yeah, I mean, I agree
guess
with
it
Maggie.
depends on your perspective.
Well, if you're a town meeting member and you read this, it doesn't at all help somebody understand that there's a choice. And I've said this numerous times, I'm going to continue to say this. If we didn't have a choice, we wouldn't be having a vote in town meeting. But there's nothing that we seem, for the information that's put forth, we don't seem to include at all that there is another option. Now, to be fair, there are plenty of people in town that are in favor of this. There are also plenty of people in town that are not in favor of this. And our responsibility as a board, and Tim's responsibility as the director, is to consider everybody's point of view, not just the point of view of the people that agree with them. And I think that's what's being lost in this. It's going to town meeting. Town meeting is going to vote to either accept or not accept, however the article is written. But we are conditioning people in the town. This letter conditioned people that received it, that are town meeting members, to believe that we didn't have a choice.
100%.
And, when you look at, we're going to talk about this because Tim gave us in our materials for the meeting, the postcard, and we are responsible to inform the town that we do have a choice, and that
What's the choice that you're referring to?
Well, the choice is to not accept this zoning.
All right, let me just say, I think we have moved now to the MBTA. I just want us to stay with that we are on our agenda. So I would like to open our old business MBTA communities update, and now we can move forward with this discussion, because now I think this is where we are. But sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to tie it to our agenda.
It's okay, thank you.
So.
We clearly have a choice. It's been outlined what happens if you don't put the zoning in place. There is funding. Well, no, aside from the classification, there is funding that we would no longer be a candidate to receive. And, we've talked about this for a long time. We discussed this when this first came out. We asked him to identify how much funding has that represented for the town. And we don't want to, it has not been presented to the town.
Okay, so
I'd like to finish though,
Sure.
please. And, I believe, and Tim, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that the funding we've received, and this is within the categories of funding that all towns have been advised that they're no longer going to be a recipient of. It was $1 million of funding over 10 years. We are responsible as a board. Tim, I believe you're responsible, in your role, to tell the town that if we decide that we are not going to accept this zoning, that we're going to forego, for example, what we had for the last 10 years is $1 million over 10 years. If we don't tell that to the residents of the town, we're failing on our duty to fully inform them.
we also have to fully inform them that the governor and the attorney general have stated that their view is it's the law and that non-compliance is not an option.
So why are we taking it to a vote?
So
why are we taking it to a vote?
It's the details that are going to the vote. It's the details that we should be focused on, in my opinion. There is so much work to be done, as Pete Jackson and Rick Neely tonight said, and many other people have said before. And I agree with Pete Jackson and Rick Neely that there's so much work to be done.
So much.
I called Tim about it today, and I said, Tim, we're just talking numbers right now. We haven't talked about what this looks like. What's the visual of it? How does it really work when it hits the ground?
What is the cost analysis?
This is the stuff that I think we need to focus on before we can. We're churning through consultant work and really just still pushing numbers. I absolutely 100% agree with that. And it is of concern to me. And I've spent some of my own time starting to look at how does this work? What does a 5,000 square foot lot look like on Capon Street? What does a 7,500 square foot lot look like? If it has a one family on it, is there room to add something? Is there room for open space? Is there room for parking? That informs what these consultants are doing. And if we don't give them the guidance, then we're going to still be in this numbers game a year from now or 2 years from now. Whether we think we have to comply or not, we should understand how it works.
I'm not talking about slowing it down. Don't misunderstand what I'm saying. I have said nothing about slowing down the process. We have to do both.
But we keep spending every meeting talking about compliance or not.
We are not. But
This is the first
we
time
cannot.
we've really brought up compliance.
Every meeting.
Cheryl, we cannot deny that the town has a choice. We cannot deny that. The town has a choice. The town very well may approve this, and they may go for it. But we can't mislead the town, that they don't have a choice. They have a choice.
I think that you've stated that position a number of times, and I've stated another position, and we're going to sit here with the same position and try and convince each other it's not going to happen. And I think we've got to put forth the information. You're right, but we also have to move forward with the information.
Cheryl,
and
we're
the
not
more we
stopping.
talk,
Where are we
we're not
stopping?
advising anything.
We can do both in parallel, yes.
We haven't been advising
The
much.
information that's written, when you read this, obviously you're reading it from a point of view that aligns and supports your perspective on this. There are a number of people in town that are reaching out and saying, I don't think this is a good idea. I don't feel comfortable adding 2,460 units to the town.
And you know it's not that.
Do they matter? Do
you know it's not? You know it's not adding 2461, and it's misleading to keep saying it.
How many is it?
That's what we have to figure out.
I understand, but you don't know that, do you?
It's not.
You
Yes,
don't-
I do, because
you don't know that it is?
we don't have vacant land to put this on that has not one house on it. So I know it's not 2,461.
It doesn't.
If properties are demolished, we don't know the exact number, and that's why we're moving forward, but we're doing it in a thoughtful way. And I agree with Pete Jackson and Rick Neely. I think we should move forward. Do we want to discuss the mailings first? Because that is what Tim was saying. We want to outreach. We want to reach out.
Do you mind? Do you mind talking about? I know that you guys want to talk about this piece of it, but I really want to give guidance to UTIL and MAPC.
Yes.
So
do we want to talk about the districts first?
I would like to talk about the districts and talk about the suggestions that Pete Jackson made, because I think they were thoughtful. And I know Tim because I called him and I asked him, he's spoken, he has new information for us.
I would like to hear that too.
And I think it's really important for everybody to hear that, because it is new.
Absolutely. And there will be a new presentation on the 14th. So, Tim, why don't we move to that and sort of go through where, I think many of the districts we are feeling, that we could that those are districts that could work. But there was some new, and I would like an update, because I guess I was confused, because I thought the Unquity House district could be connected to that Truman Parkway without adding on DCR land, and maybe I was confused. It's not adding on that DCR land, it's contiguous through the DCR land, but you can talk about that in your overview. So
certainly. Before we go, though, and I appreciate Sean's passion on this. I don't happen to agree with them. The one thing I will say is that that letter was from me on my department letterhead. I stand behind every word. The planning board, as a body, if it has a different opinion, is well within its rights as an elected body in this town to issue its own correspondence with its own opinions. To to town meeting members. And I'm sure, if you discuss that with the town moderator and the town clerk, they would certainly be accommodating of that. But to get back to the matter at hand, there was a question when we had gotten the results of the sort of compliance testing from MAPC. They had tested a sub-district at Granite Ave, and I'll share my screen real quick so we can bring it up on the screen. That what we had wanted to do is, sorry, I'm trying to get my plus sign visible here. What we had wanted to do was take the State DPW yard, the American Legion Hall, and connect it to 2 Granite Ave, which are kind of generally in the same area, but not contiguous in the way that you would, consider parcels to be contiguous. My interpretation, and we had spoken with MAPC as well, and they, they thought it could be viable, was there are provisions in the guidelines that allow you to include in your zoning district what they consider to be excluded land, which is state-owned or institutional or in a wetland or in an area of critical environmental concern that is undevelopable, but you could still include it in your district and you wouldn't get dinged for it as sort of land area for your overall density calculation. And so my interpretation of that kind of led me to believe that, okay, we can create a district that looks like this sort of purple lavender colored district that has 1, 2, 3 developable parcels connected by this marshland parcel, which is considered to be excluded land because it's state-owned, wetlands, part of the deposit reservation, could never build on it. And that would be our district. You can include excluded land in a district. It doesn't count towards your overall land area. When MAPC's results came back, this district, they considered to be contiguous. And for whatever reason, the model was giving a result that indicated that not only was this a valid district, but also that it had enough land area to represent 50% of all of the land area of the districts that they tested. And that's one of the requirements, that you can have sub-districts of various sizes, but at least one element of your sub-districts has to represent 50% of the area of everything. And that seemed fishy to me because, we included the excluded land just for the purpose of connecting these parcels. I don't think we intended that to be, any sort of calculation of crediting us for land area, because it just seemed a little fishy. So I reached out to the state on this issue, and they got back to me and basically said, when we wrote that guideline, it was really sort of meant to be in the spirit of excluded land that was kind of interior to sub-districts. And so, I'll give you a little bit of an example here. If we, the map isn't really that great, but if you can imagine, in the main transit area, Shields Park is a part of that sub-district. That's excluded land. It's a park. It's undevelopable. It's Article 97 land. You can't build anything on it. That's the type of thing that they included the provisions on excluded land to basically discourage towns from creating sort of patchwork districts to avoid wetlands or to avoid public parks or golf courses or churches. Because the fear is you don't want to have a district that has a lot of undevelopable land, and then, that's part of your overall land area that lowers your overall density. The guidelines are meant to say, don't worry about that stuff. You can zone it. You don't have to pull any funny tricks to zone around it. Just include it in your district. It won't count. Something like this, where you're using the excluded land to connect what would otherwise be non-contiguous parcels, is a little bit beyond what they were intending in that guideline. And so they basically said, don't zone this. The good news is that for the purposes of contiguity, one of the elements of the guidelines is, a street or a road if it goes through the middle of your district, that doesn't mean that that either side of the road is not contiguous. So it's like if you're, either side of 93 here, for all intents and purposes, would be contiguous. I think another, example would be, 2 Adams Street and 1 Elliott Street are on either side of Adams Street here, but they're still part of a contiguous district because the roadway right-of-way is just part of it. It's a little bit, it's tough to see on this map because it's not kind of rendered, but there is a big geographic distance between 2 Granite Ave and the state DPW yard, but the only thing that this space is right-of-way for the expressway interchange over here. So theoretically, all there is just one big street between these parcels. And so I put it to HLC that way. I said, like, look, we've got what we think could be a legitimate development site at 2 Granite Ave, and it is otherwise undevelopable, if you don't consider that to be contiguous with the state DPW yard over here. There's nothing between those 2 parcels except for highway right-of-way. And they basically said, okay, we agree, we don't want the unique geography over here to prevent you from zoning, a redevelopment site. So the upshot of all of this is this Granite Ave district remains. It's got 3 parcels in it, the Heritage Hall site, the state DPW yard, 2 Granite Ave. This bit is out. Any question about whether this is a huge contiguous district is out. It's not. It's just sort of the 3 parcels. To Meredith's point about, we'll get my inbox out of here. Sorry, gang. To Meredith's point about the paper mill site, that was something that kind of operated under the same principle of what we were doing with 2 Granite Ave. And that is basically, you've got Unquity House up here, and I'll try to highlight this. You've got the Unquity House parcel up here, which is not being highlighted for some reason. There we go. And you've got the Bay State paper site all the way down here, right? If we were allowed to, you could potentially create a zoning district that had, a necklace with 2 jewels on the end. The Bay State paper site down here, these are all DCR parcels connected to the Unquity House site. But again, because that excluded land concept in the guidelines is really not intended to do that, to connect otherwise unconnected parcels, we wouldn't really be able to do that. The reason we're still able to get a district that includes 2 Granite Ave is because they're divided by a roadway right-of-way, but that's the only thing they're divided by. These parcels are divided by, a pretty big geography that could potentially be connected by state land along the river, but the guidelines would prevent that. So, the upshot, I think, is unfortunately you wouldn't be able to create a zoning district that connected the Bay State paper site to the Unquity House site. So that was the sort of the big-ish news from the state, just to kind of put a pin in that. The implications of that, and kind of this was an open question at the end of the public forum, was, the results that we got from MAPC with the sort of the large parcel districts, and the results that we got from UTIL that included, the small parcel districts in the transit area. Either of those could potentially have represented, at least at first blush, compliant pathways. But because the Granite Ave district is now no longer considered to be a contiguous district that represents 50% of the total area of any set of sub-districts, we're going to be compelled, at least if we're going down the path that we've been continuing to explore, to actually zone part of the transit area. There was a possibility that you could get away with not zoning for the residential parcels, the single-family parcels in the transit area, if all of the MAPC parcels got you to compliance. But there's no pathway for the MAPC parcels to get us to compliance. So effectively, what we need to do is connect Unquity House with Milton Village via, the geography between those two to create a district that represents 50% of the total land area of all of our districts. And so I think the open question now is, how much of that area do you actually zone? Do you zone? Because there's a couple things at work here, and we can get into a little bit of a discussion, in a minute. I think Pete Jackson came up earlier, and definitely really appreciate Pete's comments. He's been a very thoughtful participant in this process, and I think he's added a lot to the conversation. I take a little bit of exception to the idea that there hasn't been a discussion of sort of equity and fairness, because I think the entire concept of spreading these districts around, town and really trying to, I think pursue the minimum possible level of density in any one given district. I think that sort of fairness and equity has been at the heart of that process. There's still dials to be adjusted here. But I think one of the sort of first fundamental conversations is, how much of the transit area do you actually zone for? Because I think there are two schools of thought here. One is you zone for the absolute minimum possible to affect the least number of parcels as you can, to provide the sort of the least amount of impacts. The other school of thought is, again, from that kind of fairness angle, do we want to create a larger district to kind of spread those impacts around, potentially enabling you to do a larger minimum lot size, for instance, in the transit area. I think, Pete has kind of suggested a 7,500 square foot minimum lot size for some of the smaller lots. You may not be able to get the level of density that you need if you do that in a small geography. If you widen that geography to more parcels, the bigger the land area, the more you're going to scoop up some of those larger parcels. Because again, remember, if you set the 7,500 square foot minimum lot size, anything smaller than that, you don't get credit for unit capacity. So you almost have to create a larger geography in order to do that. And then I think the other question becomes, and again, I suspect I've been working off of kind of assumptions and kind of feedback that I've gotten, in various conversations. I mean, my instinct here is that, everything overall needs to get to 15 units per acre. Everything overall needs to get to 2461 unit capacity. The size of the districts is not going to be a question. We're way over the minimum there. We have to be. But I think, we want to hit those targets as closely as possible. And so, figuring out, how many units do we need on Brush Hill Road? How many units do we need on Granite Ave to make sure that we are not over-zoning in the transit area, for instance, because there's a world in which, you try to zone for a larger geography in the transit area to make sure that, it's fair and equitable. And then you wind up zoning for 3,000 units or 4,000 units. And so kind of modulating those, dimensional requirements to make sure that, we're not overshooting those numbers, but we're also kind of achieving some of our other goals, is going to be important. So we met with UTIL on Friday. We have a biweekly meeting with them. They are putting together a version of the compliance model that combines every sub-district that we've ever talked about. And that will allow both UTIL and us, quite frankly, and I can show any member of the planning board how to do it. It's, setting the geographies is difficult because it involves kind of coordination with GIS, but tinkering with the dimensional requirements, setbacks, height, minimum lot size, things like that is literally just changing values in a cell in an Excel spreadsheet. And so, that's one thing where we can really start to iterate, different possibilities. You said a 7,500 square foot minimum lot size. What does that mean? You said a 10,000 square foot minimum lot size. You said it at 3 units per lot or 4 units per lot. Those are really quick and easy kind of tests that you can do once you've sort of settled on a geography. So, that's a little bit of where we are on the technical assistance component of it. I think, if there is still a desire to bring other potential sub-districts into the fold, we can do that. I definitely, and I've lamented this myself, I've probably said it in public meetings, there has been a lot of, number chasing, as opposed to, what I would consider to be, traditional planning. It's not the way that I would do it if I drew up this process, but I didn't. We're under the gun from the state, and I think it's important to understand what compliance looks like and what you have to do to get to compliance. If you start at the other end and sort of say, what do we want this to look like? What's our ideal sort of zoning district? You may spend a lot of time kind of crafting something that doesn't even come close to hitting your numbers. And so I think, the number chasing it's yucky in a way, but it's also important to understand this is what it will take to reach these numbers. And then you can start to come down from there, and start to sort of modulate things, based on what your preferences are. So we will have, the ability to start kind of really on a fine-grained basis on sort of dimensional requirements, starting to, be able to really fine-tune those on minimum lot size, do we want to have a maximum number of units per lot? Do we want to have a sliding scale? I think, this came up at the forum, and we've kind of talked about it. There's a handful of National Register historic districts in the transit area. How do we want to address that? We talk about the physical character of our neighborhoods. Zoning affects that, but also there are non-zoning things out there in terms of local historic districts and, other things. So that's kind of where we are on the technical assistance. I think some of the feedback that I think would be useful for UTL as we continue to work with them is, our original test of the transit area kind of set, 2 parameters, 5,000 square foot lot size, 3 units per lot, and then another subdistrict that had 10,000 square foot lot size, 4 units per lot. And I think the thing that we've been trying to rectify ever since then is, doing the type of zoning that I think we need to do in the transit area, which is relatively low density, relatively low, and I say relatively low possibility because it's always a possibility, but, trying to have the lowest possible possibility of teardowns, and kind of setting your zoning parameters in that way, that has downstream effects of, you don't really get a very big overall density. And so you've got to zone these other parcels and really crank them up. And so I think, figuring out what is the highest acceptable level of density on some of those larger parcels, Granite Ave, Unquity House, Milton Village, will have effects on our flexibility in the transit area. I think every one of these is potentially high impact, but again, because the transit area potentially has hundreds of parcels that are affected as opposed to a handful, I think we want to be extra careful in that area because that's the place where you have, and I said this at the forum, the least amount of predictability of what could potentially happen. If we zone Granite Ave, you can back into what those buildings are going to look like. There's only 3 parcels. You can figure it out. You zone hundreds of parcels in the transit area, it's much harder to game that out. And so I think that's the area where you want to have the strictest possible parameters and the lowest possible impacts as possible. So that's kind of where we are right now. Happy to hear some feedback on that and any questions that we may want to bring back to UTL. Again, our next scheduled meeting with them is on Friday. We've we're going to want to get them some feedback just on, do we want to expand, any areas? Do we want to test new areas? I think one thing, and I'll share one more quick, a quick thing from UTL, and I've shared it before, but I think it's worth underscoring, is an exercise that they did, by which they identified parcels, the ones in purple and the ones in yellow, that, the purple parcels are undersized parcels. They're below 5,000 square feet. This is when we're still testing for a 5,000 square foot minimum lot size. The yellow parcels are greater than 25,000 square feet. And again, this is a time when we were testing, 4 units on a 10,000 square foot lot. So all of these parcels are a net drag on our overall density. And so the way that UTL kind of addressed that is, they ghost them out here, and you sort of create a smaller transit area that just effectively doesn't zone for these parcels that aren't contributing to your kind of overall gross density. So I think the question, becomes, is this fair? Do we want to bring these parcels back in, or are we okay with what this looks like? Because, the other thing becomes, the way that UTL was able to get to a compliant district in here was to create, effectively a sliding scale of, you get 3 units for every 5,000 square feet of parcel size, which when you've got small parcels over here, you're not going to get big buildings. But once you get into 10,000, 15,000, 20,000 square foot parcels, which there are a handful of, you start to get into a world where you may start to see teardowns. And so I think that's one thing where a firm decision on, we want to set a firm limit on number of units per lot, irrespective of what the size is a decision point, because, that affects your ability to get compliance here. You'll have to jack up the density elsewhere, which I think we have options for. There's plenty of density at Unquity House, at Milton Village, on Granite Ave, and in some of the other sub-districts. But I think that's a fundamental question of, is this the right move? Do we want to not zone for the entire transit area and do this sort of targeted zone, or do we want to zone for the entire thing because it's fair and everyone kind of, has the potential to be rezoned? I think that's a fundamental question that needs to be answered. And again, if there are additional sub-districts that we want to look at or test, I think the thinking is that everywhere in town is getting, something, whether it's through here or 40Bs or something else.
All right, we'll take some questions if it's
I think now's a good time for a discussion.
All right, thanks, Tim. That's a helpful update.
Yeah, I just, Tim, how many more iterations do we have with the consultants? And before you answer that, my feeling is we owe the public process as many alternatives at compliance as we can find that are reasonable. And so I was thinking recently about Pete Jackson's, what you touched on, but also East Milton Square, because if you think about like Fuller Village, we are zoning for a place that already has multifamily, and we're working on zoning for an East Milton Square that's going to have multifamily. Why not get credit for that multifamily? Because if we include that as at least an option, just like all of these are going to be options for public review and comment, if we include it in MBTA zoning at a level no more than what we would be doing in our zoning, or maybe even less so, so that a developer would come in and find that our zoning is more desirable or more beneficial than the MBTA zoning that we put in place there. But we still get the credit for the units or the MBTA zoning in East Milton Square. This is something that I spoke to Tim about to see if I was making sense in my own thinking on it. And so Tim, if you want to comment on that, and that's one of the reasons I asked about the more iterations, because the more we think about, like, do you include that or not? If you don't, what else do you include? And so,
I think the issue with East Milton was because it has to be a 5-acre, there wasn't enough of that, and we would risk losing our commercial base.
But the idea, Meredith, may I,
Yeah.
is that you would make it so that it's not very desirable what your minimum is. You have a bonus to do the mixed use so that and I don't know if it would work. The numbers would have to be tested, and that's why I asked about the iterations. Because if it could work, and I understand your concern, because I agree, we want the mixed use district there. But is there a way to get that, get credit for those units that we're going to be zoning for anyway?
But I think we're not going to be zoning into the residential neighborhoods.
No, but we have, but
Then it
don't
wouldn't be
forget.
5 acres.
But don't forget that we have areas that are business uses that are in residential. The building across from the post office is in a residential district. The fruit center's in a residential district. Those are pretty big parcels. So if you include those, do we get to 5 acres? So that was something. And then I absolutely think it's worth testing out a scaled approach that Pete suggested. And I think we could cap the number of units no matter the size of the lot. Like if he says like 20 to 25,000 square feet, 5 units a lot, maybe that's the most in the transit district there between those two, Unquity House and 88 Wharf, let's just call it, yeah. What would that look like? And so having it gradated is a test. It would have to be tested out. So those are my interests in looking at those districts in that capacity, and I'm hoping we have enough fee and time with those consultants that we could get those iterations. And then, whether lot coverage and minimum open space parameters can be plugged in, because so far it's height and density and setbacks.
Yes. To answer that question, there are other parameters: lot coverage, open space, parking ratio. So those are all, and we've been testing like really sort of blunt type, just really kind of setting, minimum lot size, height. One thing that I think we've all found is that for instance, setback requirements don't really have much of an effect on kind of the zone capacity that the model spits out. It's funky that way. So I mean, we should eventually, when we write zoning language, set setbacks that we think are appropriate, but that's not going to be something that kind of moves the needle on density. Minimum lot size does it. Open space does it. Lot coverage does it. So I think, again, what we've been trying to do is, get to, create the sort of the block of marble, via some kind of more crude measures that can then be kind of molded via, okay, we want some more open space here. We want a lot coverage area, that's a little bit less or a little bit more here. And so give, folks the opportunity to kind of fine tune those things in a way. But yes, there is the capability to set those, and those do have an effect on, on the overall density that the model spits out.
Tim, I have a question. In that transit area that's described as the sub-districts 1 through 5, right? And in the model where they set the minimum lot size at 5,000, and then so the model's unit capacity ends up being 2,472, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what exists within that area now?
In terms of like number of units?
Yeah.
I don't know if I have that at my fingertips.
Residensity, that app has it.
Yeah, we can figure that out. We can get a number on that.
I guess I'd like to understand, that would help us understand the change in density. I mean, that it's 2,472. That's not, this is back to the point that Tim's talking about. That seems like an incredibly dense area compared to what it is right now. So that's the reason I'd like to understand how many units is in that area right now.
Yeah, we can get that number for sure.
So Tim,
Way back at the beginning, I asked Alan Bishop to run that map for me. And so it was about 1,800 units,
Is what exists?
as I recall. It's existing, yes.
So that zoning only increases that area by about 600 units?
Maggie, are you talking about the entire 1/2 mile catchment area in Milton? I think.
Yeah, it's been a while since I looked at that.
It might be
that
a
was-
little different than the
Yeah,
util
just-
zones, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just to make sure we're on the same page, Maggie, what I'm referring to, Tim has a presentation that he made to the select board on the 25th. And it's within that series of slides is the slide that I'm referring to.
Yes, so way back at the beginning of this, I needed a visual, because I remember I made that comment about the Prudential Towers. So I needed a visual because I'm a visual person. So I reached out to Alan Bishop, and he did a map and a breakdown of all the types of residences in that area, which included single-family housing, condos, apartments, Unquity House. And it was really all along, I think, from the extra space storage unit all along Elliott Street, and including the 1/2 mile. And I think it was 1,800.
Can you share that map?
I don't know if we have that posted, but I think I've seen that analysis as well. And Maggie, if you've got that in your inbox somewhere, if you could just send that back to me, just so I've got it at the top. But we did also, and this checks out for me because we had also done, again via the residency tool that Mass Housing Partnership has. You can do a sort of similar type thing, and I think Alan's analysis is probably a little more precise, if only because he's kind of capturing every single parcel. But can you all see that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This is sort of, the 1/2 mile radius, and you can see 1,907 units in this area. So, the difference between this number and Maggie's number, I think is, you can probably chalk it up to, maybe these lines not being 100%. But so that would strike me as, if you looked at the entire area, there's, between, 1,800 and 1,900 existing units.
However, Tim, that does, I mean, that's a greater area than what Util has in their in the districts that they identified, isn't it? Is that right? Yeah. Isn't the slide that you just had up capturing everything within the bubble?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay.
So this is everything in the 1/2 mile radius, and then it's a good comparison because you can see that line, that red scalloped line, everything in white is not on this map, but was in this analysis.
That's right. That's where I'm going.
So the number of units in there is going to be less.
That's right. So the all that white area is not in the it is in the 1900, right? Mm-hmm. Is, but it's not in the 20. It isn't in the calculation that they get to the 2472.
Correct. But that 24. Well, let me just double check. 2472. Yeah. So this is, I think, a problem, right? Because we don't want 2472 just in the transit area. We want probably half that, right? And one of the things that's driving that number is I talked about that sort of sliding scale of, you get there's a typo here. The max dwelling units per acre should actually be 26 or 27. And the reason it's that is because that gets you to 3 units on a 5,000 square foot lot. So, there's a lot of 5,000 square foot lots in here, but in these purple zones and maybe a little bit in the yellow zone, you start to get parcels that are 10,000 square feet, 15,000 square feet, 20,000 square feet, that now you're getting 6 units, 9 units, 12 units, 15 units, depending on the size of the parcel. And so that is, not precisely why that number is as high as it is, but it is higher than I think we want it to be, because I can't speak for anybody but myself, but I think I can make an educated assumption that we don't want there to be 9, 12, and 15 unit apartment buildings in these purple zones. And so I think that's one way of kind of modulating the dimensional requirements to kind of prevent that from happening. That'll lower that zone capacity number, and I think yield a more appropriate potential style of development to the extent that there would be any development in those purple zones in the first
Tim,
place.
amongst the ways to do that, increasing the minimum lot size is one of them, right?
Yes.
Isn't also changing the maximum stories from 3 to 2? What's
you could do that.
What's the upside downside to tweaking the stories?
I think the upside downside is, and this is something that we may want to think about as well. Do we want to keep it, because 3-story, it's actually 2.5 stories is the existing zoning, right? So that's 2 stories and then a peaked roof, is kind of what you typically see there. We may want to keep it at 2.5 and not do 3. I haven't tested that particular dimension. I can do that first thing in the morning and see kind of what the effect would be. But I think generally, I don't know that it would have much of an effect, just in terms of, in that half story, depending on how big the footprint of the building is, you could sneak a small unit into that, into that half story, or, you could figure out a way to sort of chop up the building to get the 3 units. So that's one thing very easy to test. I'll do that as soon as I get to the office and see if it actually does anything.
Tim, if we set it at 3 stories, does that mean that we're creating flat roof structures throughout?
Well, it wouldn't be you creating them.
I understand.
But you'd be creating the potential for a flat
exactly.
roof.
I'm just saying, would the result be that that's what it is?
You could do that.
I think
so then, the other thing that you could do is a 3-story building with a peaked roof that doesn't have enough floor underneath the roof to count as a story. Cheryl might know the calculation better than I do, but there's a ratio under which
a half story is calculated where a 4-foot line is drawn. Let's say the slope of a roof is like this, and the area within that 4 feet of height has to be less than 2/3 of the floor below it. So it depends on how steep the roof is. If it's a steep roof, then you're getting a bigger footprint up there. And so that half story, that might end up being a 3-story by definition because of the slope. So if you do a half story, you might end up with a more shallow pitch to get that, to get me.
But I think, Sean, the point being, it's not a guarantee, but it's certainly a possibility.
Sean, I think that adding a minimum usable open space is a way to do it, because even in Boston, regardless of this kind of zoning, they have a minimum usable open space per unit requirement for multifamily.
Yeah,
and usable has to be no less than 10 feet in width in any direction. So not a 5-foot setback.
Yeah, I totally get it. And Pete makes a point of that in his comments. I agree with that.
So the problem is with this, which I prefer the MAPC version versus this version, because what we had talked about, going back again to how we achieve this, but preserving historic neighborhoods and historic districts, is what we had said is we already have high density units. Why don't we, we've got 88 Wharf, we have extra space storage, we have Milton Hill House, we have Hendry's, we have 36 Central. Why don't we increase the numbers on those and see what we can get out of that without going into residential neighborhoods? And I think MAPC was a little more sensitive to that in the transit area without disturbing and zoning over the residential.
Did they meet the minimum district area, though? Because I thought that was
So-
the
Two
problem.
granite.
Yeah, so Meredith, I want to give you all a little bit more credit. It was you all that asked MAPC and UTL to do each of these things, so they're just doing what we asked.
Right.
It's I think the board kind of wanted to test two different possibilities, but I think the issue and there's a big part of me that wants the sort of the MAPC collection of sub-districts to work, because I think it kind of solves a lot of problems for us.
Do you recall how
the
many
issue
units?
is
How many units we were able to get along that transit area from MAPC's version, which that wasn't affecting a residential neighborhood. It was adding the
Right.
housing and zoning for housing. But
So let me share my screen one more time, and I'll kind of show you the two issues that we could still go down this route, I think, if we want. But the issue with the sort of the MAPC sub-districts is you're at 2845 units between, the blue sub-district is Milton Village, the orange sub-district is Unquity House, the pink is Fuller Village, Brush Hill Rehab, and the Randolph Ave district is sort of the A. Thomas and Animal Rescue League land on Randolph Ave, and then also Granite Ave. The way that UTL has tested Granite Ave actually yields more units than 483, so we'll get more units there. But the thing is, you're only at 2845, which is a couple hundred above your minimum, so you'll want to kind of modulate that down. The issue becomes part of that 2845 is this enormous number of units on Brush Hill Road,
Right.
which we don't want.
Correct.
Right? So we need to get to half of this at least.
So I have a
if
thought
not
on
kind
that.
of,
What if we created?
What was that?
I have a thought on that. What if we created a district at Winter Valley? And take that from cut that in half from Brush Hill Road and do a sub-district at Winter Valley.
So I think the overall units is probably not going to be the thing that is the most problematic here, because I think you can reduce this, you can increase Granite Ave, you can probably increase Unquity House a decent amount, because there's already around 161 units there. I think maybe you can get a little bit more. So we can figure out the unit count. The problem is that because these sub-districts are so kind of disparate, you don't have any one district that represents half the total land area of all of the districts, right? So if this had counted on Granite Ave, this would have been half of all of these sub-districts, but it doesn't count. So in order for this scheme to work, you need to increase the size of one of these sub-districts to get it to represent half of the size of everything.
Which is the one that's closest to that would get
I mean,
us
it
to
will
half?
probably be that Brush Hill Road
Yeah,
sub-district
looks like it.
down there.
Yeah.
But then that becomes the question of, is there, that's pretty much, I mean, we can go back and take a look down there. I was fiddling around in East Milton.
Would that make our situation worse, right? Because that has 1324 in it, and if you increase it,
You can, but then you can change the dimensional parameters to kind of reduce that unit count in some way. But I think the issue that you run into down here is that once you've zoned, the soccer field would be excluded land. This is Fowl Meadow over here. This is excluded land. There's not a lot more to zone for, unless you brought the Burr estate into it. I don't know if people are interested in that, to kind of increase your kind of level of kind of land area down there. Because everything else is, single family houses. Now, there's the potential, and we can play around with this a little bit. There's the potential to do something like what we did at the Unquity House district, which is basically it's got to be, the sub-district has to be at least 5 acres. And that was the problem we encountered here, because the Unquity House parcel, I think, is 4 acres. But what we did was we folded in these other houses into the district to get us to 5 acres. So now we have the minimum size, but the minimum lot size to develop anything is much greater than any one of these parcels. So the threat of these parcels being redeveloped is not there because none of them meet the minimum lot size, but you get the size of the district is where it needs to be. Now, the implication of that is these houses are not excluded land. These are potentially developable. So they count towards the land area. So the overall density of this district is a little bit lower than it could be because you've got land that's not developable. Now, if you're inclined to do that, you could potentially zone some of this other stuff that's around here and then set a minimum lot size, that's below what way above what those parcel sizes are, so that again, you've got a couple parcels that are targeted for redevelopment potentially, and then a bunch of others that you would need to do, a massive site assembly, which is, 100% unlikely to do. But I mean, that would be the way to get to a size of a district that would get to 50% is really increasing the size of this one.
So it's the land area that needs to be increased, but not the number of units. So we could reduce the number of units, but keep the area larger.
Right. So this one could have a relatively low density and a relatively low number of units, as long as all that stuff is made up elsewhere. The other thing to keep in mind is that 50% of your zoned capacity needs to be in the transit area. So I don't think that there's a threat of that not happening. I think between the Milton Village parcels, 2 Granite Ave is in the transit area because it's close to Cedar Grove, and the Unquity House parcel, I think we can get to those numbers. But that's another thing to keep in mind, is that you can't, zone for a ton of stuff down south because it's outside the transit area.
But
so
Tim,
it's okay for 50% of your area to be outside of, or 50% of your contiguous district to be outside of the transit area, as long as everything else kind of meets those marks.
But Tim, I guess one of the things that they had a total area of 234 acres, right?
Which one?
Well, that one right there. The
Oh,
district.
yeah.
So are you saying that one of them has to be a size of what's that? 116 acres?
Yes.
Holy wow. 66 though is all we have at Brush Hill Road. I mean, how would we ever get that Brush Hill Road up to 116?
Well, actually, no. Well, now, Sean, that you made me look at this, because this is now outdated, because the Granite Ave district is no longer 133 acres. It's much less than that.
So does that does that help us then? If that's driven down, based on the explanation you gave us earlier, is the number not 234? So we're not looking for 116?
That does help us. I'll have to do the math. So we may have something.
Because I think this is a much better way to approach it and put, higher density where we already have high-density units, multifamily housing,
As long as it's not that.
or warehouse buildings, yeah.
That level would be a lot.
No, and we don't need to go to that level, we can lower those, yeah.
You mean the 1324? Yeah, I
yeah,
think that's
we don't-
crazy. That's,
Yeah, because currently at Fuller, it's,
Cheryl, I don't know if your mic is off, but I can't hear
Yeah.
you.
No, that's why I said
You gotta
maybe
fix-
Winter
you can't hear
Valley.
you, Your mic isn't on.
oh, yeah. I say
Maybe a Winter
currently
Valley,
at Fuller, there's 325. Sorry, folks, I'm just about like, one sec.
325, I believe.
that's what Fuller has?
Yeah, at their I'm sorry, let me look at this again. 320 some.
And what kind of acreage is that on, do you?
60 acres, I think it's about 60.
Just about 60 acres, yeah.
Interesting.
Um,
So that's a density that's 4 times the Fuller
That's
density.
what I'm saying. I don't think we should be looking at that as a savior. I mean, it's a help, it's a piece to help, but not at that density.
Yeah.
And this is why I was interested. Do you have, Tim, I guess maybe we don't want to look at it, but I'm interested in what East Milton can bring. It doesn't help on the 50% of the land area, but can help on the numbers.
Yep.
But wouldn't Winter Valley be preferable to?
Not 5 acres though, is it?
You connect it with the memory clinic, it would be.
I don't know if it,
It's right next door.
yeah.
Well, I mean, you got to think now you're giving the memory care or the hospital, a second don't zone something that you don't want to see multifamily on, I guess is what I would say.
What is, do you know what
the reason,
Winter Valley
sorry.
is? How many acres?
I think he's saying the memory clinic, but isn't
No,
that
but
slated as-
Winter Valley, that must be at least 5 acres.
I mean, Winter Valley is huge.
It's huge.
It's like 20-something acres,
Yeah.
or 12 at least.
that's why
My numbers might be off.
If we
But
do a low
again,
unit-
that would have to be a thing, Meredith, where the existing density is, by virtue of the size of that, that project is relatively low, even though it's multifamily.
It's
Yeah, this is
160.
21 and a half acres.
It's 160 units now. We approved 35, was it?
So it's
And
190.
it's 7.4 acres. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's 7.4 units per acre before. It's 21 and a half acres.
So
Yeah, so,
do you do
you
a
can.
model on that?
You have to also remember that there's 120 units of 40B, that's a couple of houses away from it. You're potentially putting a lot more units in a very
We
narrow
wouldn't want
stretch of
to-
Canton
yeah,
Ave.
Well, that would be the goal, is not to put a lot more acres, but it's a area that already has a lot of density. And if,
And could you absorb that 40B project also in there? Right to your East Milton Square point, if we already
Well,
have units. Just absorb them in another
I would just be
district.
curious to see that,
That'd be great.
doing a low
necessarily.
level of units there.
That is-
How that would,
40B's going in anyway, right?
No.
No,
No.
not
I mean, there's
necessarily.
all kinds of challenges on that right
Oh, I
now.
thought that was
Yeah.
a slam dunk.
No.
no.
I think we have
Yeah,
to be
and I
careful
think,
about trying to
again, just to be very careful.
in one spot. too many.
if you give someone a buy right option, they might take it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, my concern with Winter Valley, we have we have our seniors to consider. So I would hate to give up the opportunity for seniors with lower income to live at Winter Valley for families. That would be my only
Yeah,
concern.
No, I would not
Good
want to
point.
see it, I would want to see it done as an incentive, that it does not incentivize anything being torn down.
well, I mean, sorry, Maggie.
But we're appealing to.
No. I'm just waiting I have to go back 20 minutes ago from so I kind of wanted to readdress something you said, Tim, when you were talking about the excluded land, at 2 Granite. And so you had said that, I think it was MAPC said, or one of the agencies said, that really when they looked at the guidelines, that it went beyond what they were intending in the guidelines. So to me, what I instantly heard, because I have been talking about guidelines versus law, and so what I heard when you said that was MAPC or DHCD are picking and choosing what guidelines they're going to enforce and which ones they're not. So to me, it means what I heard was guidelines are non-enforceable. And it brought me back to when we were talking about the design guidelines for Milton Village. And during that whole discussion, as I recall, standards were enforceable, but guidelines were not. So that whole guideline in Mill Village was way back last year when I was new and I was, just trying to, get caught up. But that's what I remember, that guidelines are not legally enforceable. So I kind of feel like we should be looking at and getting an opinion from town council or outside council about guidelines versus the law. And I'm not saying we shouldn't be non-compliant. There is a law there. There definitely is a law, and we should really do our best to comply with the law. But I don't necessarily think that we need to do 50 acres because that's in the guidelines. That's not in the law. So I just want to, get some guidance from town council as to the difference between law and guidelines. And, Alex Whiteside sent us a memo many months ago outlining the differences. And I feel like we have sort of completely ignored it. And I would like to sort of revisit it at some time.
So Maggie, to that point, and I appreciate, and the law was explicit in terms of, it didn't say regulations, it said guidelines, and that does open up some questions. But the law in aside from kind of the overall 15 units per acre by right, et cetera, also does explicitly require the housing agency, DHCD at the time, Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities now, to create guidelines for compliance, for towns for how to comply with this law. And so, I went straight to them to say, these are your guidelines. How do you interpret them? Because ultimately, the zoning that we create is going to go to them for approval, right? So the question that you're asking about, the law versus the guidelines, I think is an interesting one. And the only way that is going to be answered is in court, right? Because there's no one else in the Commonwealth that is signing off on compliant or non-compliant zoning districts for MBTA communities, except for the housing agency articulated in the statute. And so if we want to do something that, we feel is in line with the law, but not necessarily with the guidelines, we're signing ourselves up for, a date in court effectively, which, if we're interested in doing that, that's certainly something that we can do, but there's no other way of getting, your district approved, in terms of compliance, except for going through housing livable communities. Does that make sense?
And I get that, and I'm not saying we don't want to comply, because I do share, Peter Jackson's concerns. And I do fear that if we, the planning board, we don't create a thoughtful zoning to go to town meeting. Tim, you've said multiple times that 10 residents will create zoning. And so as we know, like a citizen's petition that's submitted, it can't be, edited. It's very difficult to edit a citizen's petition because you have to go back and get every citizen who signed it permission. So that's really scary to me. So I do want to create some type of zoning. I kind of do want to play ball with the state, but everything you're talking about is really, really scary to me. So I'm kind of wondering, Cheryl talked about doing stuff on her own time. You're going to think I'm pretty crazy, but I spent four hours driving around Newton and all its villages and Brookline, and then I went online and I watched their planning and zoning commission meeting, and they had their consultants at their meeting so they could talk to the planning board directly. So I'm wondering if they would be willing to come to talk to us and listen to our residents. As you said, Pete Jackson has been very thoughtful and very consistent, as have other residents in town. So I'm wondering if they would be willing to come and come to one of our meetings. It's just that I feel like it could be, a dereliction of our duty, sort of, if we created a housing policy that doesn't have any legally enforceable guidelines, and it's hinged on a faulty calculation that everybody has, faulty classification that everyone's been talking about lately. And then it's associated with a really faulty transit system, who we have no idea when that's going to be operating. And we haven't even mentioned anything about the financials for our town. We haven't heard back from our consultants for that. So I was just kind of wondering when that consultant was going to come in. So I'm not sure if it's advisable or not advisable that all these consultants come in at the same time to walk us through everything.
So we don't have meetings in our scope of work with UTIL under the current grant that we're on. There is, the planning board, well, not the planning board, but the town got, a $50,000 grant from the state, for the purposes of drafting MBTA community zoning. We're spending $30,000 of that on the fiscal impact analysis. So there is, under that grant that we have, some additional funding, potentially to add some scope to. It's a little bit of, kind of mixing, your peanut butter with your chocolate, because the work that we're doing with UTIL is through a separate grant from MHP. So, you'd have to work out the procurement issues on that. But, there is the potential to add some scope to our work with some of these consultants, and we will have RKG come in eventually once they've got something to present. So, that's something that I've got to figure out in terms of, how to work around the procurement issues around kind of bringing UTL on board for some additional scope. But we can certainly do that. Just on the fiscal impact analysis, RKG.
Tim, could I just ask one question on that and how to do that? Is it possible to secure an hourly rate from both of the consultants and invite them to a meeting and just pay them on the hourly rate for the hours that they attend a meeting? I'm not familiar with the procurement process, but for something as small as that, does that require a difficult process to be able to do that?
I'm going to have to get back to you on that. It doesn't sound unreasonable, but I've been burned before on things like this.
No,
so
I can appreciate it.
I know I definitely understand the question and the sentiment. The program by which we got the technical assistance from UTIL was very, that scope was written for us, effectively. So everything got handed to us, which is great, to get free, free stuff, but also, it's not exactly what we would be looking for if we had drawn up the scope ourselves. So I will talk to them. I will talk to, we have a new assistant town administrator who's acting as our procurement officer. So, we'll talk around how to get that done. Cause I do think that, as much as I love, being the middleman, it would be nice, for everyone to talk directly. We just want to make sure that we've got folks under contract and able to be paid to do that.
Tim, what I'm suggesting is not even to try to go back through the channels of how we funded those. We have our own funds, right? I mean, there probably couldn't be a better utilization of the funds that we have than to ask a representative from both UTIL and MAPC to come to a meeting, bring both of them, let both of them share their perspectives. It could be a very, very valuable conversation. And what could it cost us? They can't charge as much.
Yeah,
as
let me look into that. That's certainly a question that we can ask of those folks. So I will get on that. And again, just to get back to RKG, they have been in data collection and analysis mode in terms of collecting data from police and fire department, in terms of call rates. They've been working through the town and school budgets. I actually have a call with our project manager at RKG to kind of talk through the latest thinking about, where exactly, we're planning or hoping to plan for districts. That's going to be something that they're going to need. So, I think I know, where we're going based on these conversations that we've been having. But I think that's something we'll want to keep them updated on. So, after that call, I will have a better idea of when we can expect RKG to both come in and to also be able to have a deliverable ready for us. So I'll be able to report back at the next planning board meeting.
Okay. There's one thing that I hope we can do before tonight's session ends. In your presentation to the select board, you had noted the pros and the cons of both the large parcel, right, the one that I think you kind of indicate, well, it might be more favorable because we're not going to disrupt, some of those dense neighborhoods as they are. But I do think it's worth talking about the pros and cons that you kind of outlined. And, I think one of the realities of the large parcel approach, and we can debate, Cheryl, whether it'll be 2,400 units or 2,200 units or 2,000 units.
Or 800 units.
Yeah, well, I think there's a far greater likelihood, and Tim notes this to the select board, that if you go that way, that's a much more likely path, to development than if you use the UTIL's sub-districts of 1 through 6. You know what I mean?
Yes and no, because many of those are already existing. The Hendry's Building, 88 Wharf, 36 Central, Milton Hill House. Extra space storage, maybe yes, but J.D. Wild's new building, that's already going to be units. So those are already high density existing units, you might say, and also Fuller Village. So my thinking is zone where there is already a lot of multifamily housing, because the incentive of actually Fuller Village saying, you know what, or 88 Wharf, we're going to tear this down for a handful more units. It's very unlikely that those are going to be completely destroyed.
Yeah, I don't disagree with 88 Wharf. There's no doubt about it. But in the big parcel approach, it's not just 88 Wharf. There's plenty of big parcels, including the Granite Ave one, right?
Granite Ave is probably
without a doubt, or even Brush Hill Road, where it's going to be attractive for a developer, and you'll get a development that'll happen there much faster than the consolidation in hundreds of transactions that would be required within what UTIL has within those districts. I mean, there's hundreds and hundreds of lots.
And if you capped, like I suggested earlier, which is what Tim actually asked us to consider, then no matter the parcel size, you're only going to get your cap. So that consolidation is not going to work.
The cap of what?
Well, we have to come up with that number is, right? But what if it's 6? What if it's 9?
But can't somebody consolidate and buy several?
If you say that your maximum number on, no matter the lot size in that particular sub-district, the maximum number of units is 6 or 9 or whatever it is that we decide they should run, then consolidation doesn't matter.
Why wouldn't it matter?
Because you would say that if you're, let's just say your lot today is 10,000 and you're going to apply, because you bought 3 lots, you're going to apply, and it's 30,000 square feet. But you've capped it at 6
You've kept-
units.
you've
I'm just
kept-
saying.
You've kept the lot size at 6, no matter what size the lot is.
Kept the,
You've capped the number, so you
units.
grade it up, or you scale it for, let's say, and maybe 7,500 is not the right size. I'm not, maybe it's not the right minimum, but let's just say 7,500 is, and that's 3 units. And then you go to 10,000 square feet, and it's 4. And anyway, you get to something that's, let's say it's 6. And I don't know, Tim, if 6 is the right number, but that's the most. So then you're not at all incentivizing consolidation, because you can't build more. It would be if you had 3 5,000 square foot lots, then you might, but not beyond that.
it takes away the incentive to consolidate lots, to assemble lots. But the problem with that is it pushes out the area to a larger, to more of the half-mile radius, right? So the transit area becomes bigger. Which I don't know if it's a bad thing. I'm just saying that's
Yeah,
just an
I mean,
observation.
it's one of the
That's
things
thing
that
will happen in that instance.
It's one of the things that would have to get tested, obviously.
It's just, I think it goes into what Pete was saying, is you're going into areas where you're changing the physical character of those neighborhoods. And you've got houses designed by the architect Emerson that are not only externally, architecturally, amazing homes, but the internal, these houses the properties will be gutted. I think of just down, a street that I know, Governor Hutchinson's old gardener's carriage is a small little single family. That'll be demolished and totally decimated. It would be gone. Historic, in a national historic district, I think if we can zone so we don't have to risk losing these really amazing and becoming something that is what really defines Milton.
Yeah, I
these
think
areas.
I think when we begin to think about the equitable or equity aspect
Yeah.
of things, I don't think you can assume things won't change where you're putting the zoning in place. So if you say, well, we already have lots of units in all these other places and we don't think anybody's going to really build there, you're taking a risk for that neighborhood. You're taking that risk for others because you're putting the risk, you're putting the prioritization of one neighborhood over another. And that's the part that I think you have to be very
No, and I'm not saying
careful
that. That's why
about.
I'm saying
Yeah.
zone for higher numbers at an extra space storage, which is not going to, that's not going to, and it's going to be the same number of units. So, basically we're getting half the units along the transit area.
No, I absolutely agree. Like the
So I'm-
multifamily area should get more.
Right. So
But what I'm concerned about is concentrating too much, like you say, like put more at Fuller Village or put, include the memory care and Winter Valley and in an already where there's a 40B. It's like then you start to calibrate, well, those are kind of, it's okay over there, but it's not okay over here. Whereas, because
I'm
those
saying
are much
spread
bigger.
those.
It's only okay because they're already existing.
That's
what makes it
exactly what I'm
okay.
saying. I'm saying let's zone what is already existing.
At that
And
level.
to take it a step further, we should do that and then find out how many units we've satisfied and then back into our transit
Right.
area. I just feel like we're
Like,
going
let's
around in
reduce,
circles
like,
here.
I strongly believe in reducing the number of units at Rush Hill Road. I think that's crazy. But if we could take advantage of the land area, reduce the number of units there, maybe find another district as well, we can not zone in areas that we don't want to destroy the physical character of
I think this is a great example of, there are two clear potential options here. And to be able to sort of test both and show the implications of both. Because I think, where we are now is we've got, the data is still a little too kind of all over the place. But I think understanding like, okay, now there is a potential path for the MAPC districts, but maybe we don't like where that path leads. There's another path, and we can kind of see how they affect each other. Because I think, once you start zoning in the transit area, that relieves every other district, and I think, to not zone in the transit area, you do have to crank up those other districts, maybe to a level that folks are comfortable with, but you do have to crank them up, to a pretty good level.
I thought you had to have 50% of your land area in the transit district.
So here is what I think probably the most bananas thing about the guidelines and the model is that you have to have half of all of your units in the transit area and half of all of your sub-districts have to be in one contiguous area, not necessarily in the transit area. But the way, and this had been my interpretation of the guidelines from the word go, and I've been disabused of this by HLC, is that the amount of zoning district that you have to have in the transit area is actually pegged to the minimum size. So we only need to have a land area of 25 acres in the transit area, because it's pegged to the minimum district size of 50 acres. Now, that may not necessarily be relevant because you also need to have 50% of your zoned capacity in the transit area. And you'll almost certainly, I don't know how it's going to work out, but, you're probably going to wind up having more than 25 acres of land area in the transit area. So that was something that I thought was really weird, because I thought that, basically half of whatever you decide to do needs to be in the transit area. But in fact, the land area only needs to be half of the minimum of 50.
With the half the number of units.
That doesn't really make
that
much
something
sense
new?
because I was going to say, this doesn't make much sense because the whole reason for this mandate is for transit, to reduce people getting in their cars. You guys have appointed me to the Climate Action Committee, and we've had 2 meetings, and I'd love at some point to come to you and talk about it. But that's what we've sort of been talking about, is trying to reduce emissions. And that's what this mandate sort of is all about. So I feel like having lower density in the transit area is like counter to this whole mandate. And it just doesn't really make sense to me. I guess I'm just confused. I'm just confused by the whole mandate and how some guidelines you can talk yourself out of, and other guidelines you can't. So I'm just having a problem wrapping my head around it.
Yeah, Maggie, I thought that one was a funny one too, but I think that you touch on an important point, because there are different planning principles here in tension, right? Where, if you were looking at it from the perspective of, what is the purpose of all of this? It's to do transit-oriented development. Well, then we should do transit-oriented development. But, the other thing, and we've talked about kind of equity and fairness, because our developable area in the transit area is less than other communities, we've been given the ability to zone outside of the transit area. And to what extent do we want to take advantage of that? And, I think we've heard.
Tim, I've heard you say that, but I feel like that's not specific to Milton. I thought that was written in the guidelines. I thought every town could take advantage of that.
No, so it depends. It's pegged to a calculation of how much developable area you have within a half a mile of transit. So like Brookline, for instance, and Newton, I think, is the same way. They have to do 90% of all of their stuff has to be in the transit area, right? Because they don't have the situation that we have where, part of their transit area is in a different municipality. There are other communities where, I think Everett is a good example, where they've got a significant fraction that, doesn't have to be in their transit area at all, because all their transit area is Wellington Station. They've got enough developable area adjacent to that they're considered a rapid transit community, but not enough that they would need to do, I forget what their number is, but it's all pegged to how much developable area you have in the transit zone.
Wait, so is there a number different than the 25%
But I
of their
think it was
housing
something
stock?
like over 60% of our greenhouse gases in Milton come from emissions. So we have a very high emissions coming from cars in our town. So I thought the goal was to kind of help reduce that.
I mean, my opinion is I think that that's one of the outcomes that is hoped for. But I think the reality of it is that, I mean, this notion that everybody that lives over on that part of the town works in Boston is probably not accurate. I mean, it might be attractive if you work in Boston to buy a house over in that area, but I mean, you just look at the T's statistics on boardings. I mean, I can't remember, one of the stops had 10 people boarding daily and another had 17, and there might be 100 or a couple hundred between Central. I think but the reality of it is that most of the people over there are driving cars.
Well, the one thing that's resulted in the slowdown in the T and the problems on the T is that the commuter rail ridership is up. And I think I told you, like, my son had tested out taking the red line and the commuter rail, and he's taking the commuter rail because of the slowness on the red line. So I think those numbers are influenced definitely by the problems with the T right now.
Well, it's also, Cheryl, it's also influenced by the fact that 50% of the offices in Boston are empty.
Yeah.
I mean, there's been this tremendous shift to remote work. So,
well, it's interesting. I saw in the Boston Business Journal that one of the largest law firms is requiring people to come back to work in the office 4 days a week. Mm-hmm. And there was an expectation that the other large law firms would follow suit. So I think this is still going to shake out, what the COVID and the change in the way people work. But there's definitely, I think, 20 or 25% vacancy rate in Boston. But you saw with your traffic today, there's no shortage of people in their cars. So there's definitely people going to work by car wherever they're going. One thing I wanted to make sure we had time for, if you don't mind, is Maggie said design standards versus design guidelines. I know that we are allowed to put design standards into zoning, and I talked a little bit about form-based codes at one time, and I'd really like to understand, Tim, what that would take from a time and cost point of view, because that's the way to get at character that Pete Jackson and others have talked about, and it's going to take some effort, but we do need to kind of have the general areas kind of defined, because you need to know what your existing fabric is. But if we said, okay, one of your existing fabrics is this area between, along that, I'll just call it the Elliott Street corridor, that's one of your kinds of character. Your other is something that already has multifamily on it, say like Fuller, and another is kind of like an empty site, right? So those are sort of, I think, the three categories we would have. And I'd love to find out, get that information, cost and time to do that form-based.
Scope. Isn't that, Tim, in UTL scope, is to do zoning?
I
No.
think we have to do
They're on the hook to help us develop
The
districts.
That's it.
Basically, and not to necessarily write the zoning.
Can I?
Okay.
Sorry.
Because that's where Newton is right now. UTL is doing their form-based zoning because they were doing it. They were
further along, yeah.
They were further along, and they have
So I agree with what you said, and I think we have to have time to do that. But we've had a pretty good discussion here on the different options we have, and I just want to make sure we go back and identify what do we have to do so we can make decisions.
Right.
Because you count these meetings are evaporating. We're going to be out of August really, really soon, and from the discussion tonight, I know, Tim, you must be making notes of the things that you want to do or need to do, and I think in order for us to get to a conclusion, we might need. Tim, you said you want to go back and recalculate the acreage that was in UTL's table, right?
Yes.
Yes. So given the discussion we had tonight, is there any decisions we can make tonight? Or are we waiting for more information?
So I think where we're at right now is I'd like to go back and kind of, take that marsh parcel out of Granite Ave and see where the numbers are from an acreage perspective. We may already now have a 50% contiguous district at Brush Hill Road with that subset of districts. And then the task becomes, how do you reallocate? Because we've got to reduce the number of units coming out of the Brush Hill Road parcels, right? I think we all agree on that.
Yes.
So, there's a few units to spare because we're at like 28 something. We only need 24 something. But there is going to have to be a reallocation of those units that come off of Brush Hill Road. Those have to go somewhere. And so I think we can come up with some options for that to bring back to you all. I think the other, the other set of options is, actually zoning in the transit area to reduce the load on some of the farther flung sub-districts, right? Because, I think to Maggie's point, if you actually want to put as many units as you can near transit, and you want to sort of, keep things, I don't know, how much interest is there in zoning in the transit area, I guess. I know, Meredith, I think, has made her opinion clear, but
Well, I think
do we
Unquity-
want to see an option
Right, 'cause I think
that
we
includes...
we like the Unquity House parcel, which is transit.
I
Right.
actually think we owe the residents an options, and I think to take that off the table ourselves without having the residents see that as an option is a mistake. And I think taking East Milton Square off the table for the same reasons. I'm not advocating for one or the other. I just think residents should get an option, at least at this stage, before we hit the zoning, that people can weigh in at either the August forum or another forum that gets scheduled.
So Tim, I'm curious what Tim's answer is to this, because it might help us to get the input that you're looking for. That presentation that you made, you have pie charts that indicate percentages that feel one way or another. How many people does that represent?
Give me a minute.
It's about 200 have taken the survey.
But I think if we say, here's an option of compliance, here's where it would be, here's another option of compliance, here's how it could work, and it gets very well explained what the pros and cons are, we try and get as much exposure for that maybe the select board has we have a meeting, select board has a meeting, there's a public forum, try and get as many people to weigh in on the options.
I'm trying to figure out how broad, the input that we have. I don't think it's broad, but Tim will tell us in a moment.
That's why I'm dying to do a mailer, the water bill thing.
Yeah, so I don't have all of our survey results. There's a handful of things that we present at the meeting, but we've had 192, probably a little bit more than that at this point, responses to our survey over the course of the last 3 or 4 months. Which is decent for a planning survey, but also it is what it is. In terms of absolute numbers.
400 total at your virtual and live forums, and that number is kind of generous. And of those 400, we don't really know how many are overlap, and how many are new. So I think we've maybe touched 500 people in the town with this.
Yeah, the question is...
20,000 registered voters in the town?
The question is, how are we going to get to get a representative input from a broad enough number of people? How do we get it?
I think we have to do the best that we can. You never get that many. You're not going to get every resident. There's just no way.
I know, but
and the reason I bring it up is I don't think that the pie chart, with all due respect, Tim, I don't think that pie chart that Tim presented to the select board is an accurate representation of the town. If only 200 people, we get 28,000 people that live in the town, and forget how many voters we have.
Yeah, but how many even are registered to vote and how many vote, right? This is the issue. People don't.
Still, Cheryl, we're talking 200 or 300 people. That's a fraction.
I don't disagree. What I'm suggesting, I'm not talking about the survey at all. What I'm suggesting is we get as many options for compliant districts. Like we already are weighing in on, we don't think Solar Village at that many units. And I think we should continue to do that.
Yeah.
But when we get to something that we think, yeah, that's an option, it has pros, it has cons, yes, that's an option, has different set of pros and cons, and try and get as many people to weigh in on those as possible. And then, we can still make our recommendation, but I think we owe it to people to let them see several compliant
Totally agree.
schemes.
Totally agree, but
Yeah.
I don't think we're succeeding in getting
We're not
people's-
there. No, we're not there yet.
But I mean,
no.
just in getting people's attention. Tim's trying his hardest to try to get people to
Yeah, I think-
participate in the survey,
Yeah, I
and
don't
we're
think-
getting a few hundred people.
I think summer is really difficult, having been involved in planning initiatives in Milton now for over 10 years. And it's just, we always said you can't do zoning in the summer because people aren't paying attention. And that's why trying to do zoning at a fall town meeting was always very much a challenge, because you'd have to be doing the work in the summer.
So would you guys be opposed to putting a mailer in everyone's water bill and hopefully getting some?
Yeah, we trying to segue into the mailer discussion?
I just say-
Because-
I'm trying, we're in it.
No, I think we need to be clear what
Yeah, I
we're
think we are
going to
making
see
progress.
next week. What
Yeah,
we
I
want
think
to
we
see
are
next
making
week.
progress on this.
Next week is too late because we have a deadline of this week. to
No,
get
no,
this
I'm
done.
talking about what we would like the
Oh, I'm sorry.
consultants
Yeah.
to do.
Okay.
Let's go
To
back to where we
finish
were.
Sean's-
Yeah, let's go back there,
yeah.
because let's just make sure that we cover where Tim was, the things that Tim needs,
Right.
so that we can get positioned to make a decision.
Get it.
So I think, like I said, figuring out what the possibilities are for a compliant district that includes, what I'll call the kind of large parcel districts that MAPC tested. I think, I mean, you all tell me this, because, and we could do both. I mean, I think that.
I personally don't like all or nothing. I think that's difficult. I would like to see nuance.
Yeah.
And I'd like to see something more than what we've already seen. We've seen 2 iterations in the transit area, and I don't like either one necessarily. And we've been given some suggestions, and I think it's from people who live in that district, and I think we should test that out. So this is giving my opinion, and see if you all agree with me. And then I'd like to see, as you said, Tim, ratchet down Brush Hill Road, at least in terms of what density it could produce, and maybe include the other parcel, if we need to make that the 50%,
Which other parcel?
the Borough Estate. Again, in the spirit of having some options, and then I'd say and include East Milton Square. So if what we want to do is bring the density down on some of these larger site areas by having another district. So that to me has,
Actually, the Borough Estate.
it's harder to sort of get, doing the big parcels is the easiest to visualize, right? Because it's straightforward. When you're getting into like East Milton Square, how does it work? Or the transit area, how does it work? It takes more effort.
Yeah.
And I'd like us to really be able to go through that and do a couple iterations to see if it would work. Because if we end up back at the large parcels, then we can say, look, we tried 6 different ways to Sunday to get it to work in this other area, and it doesn't work that well.
So in the models, there's 2 areas where we have to come up with a lower number of units. One is over in those transit districts, right? And we were talking about how to do that. And the other is the Brush Hill Road district. Those are the 2 that
Right.
are too overwhelming.
Right, so
One
we
had
need-
one had like 2,400 units, right? That was in those districts, and the other one had 1,300. Both of those we need to figure out how to reduce.
Yeah, if you look at the setback requirements at Fuller Village, for example, and maybe height and minimum open space per unit.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe go 2.5 stories in the
Yeah.
transit corridor to keep it consistent. Because the half story is occupiable. It's just not the exact same square footage as
And
what's
what about
below it.
open space?
And I'd like to think about, and maybe Tim, you can think about too, what reasonable minimum open space per unit might be. And that would be grade level, not like roof decks and balconies.
Yeah. I think, and my first instinct here, and the first thing we'll do is just, people are comfortable with the existing zoning. And I think we've tried to, especially, some of the other bigger areas are a little more up for grabs. But I think if we're going to be testing in the transit area, I think people have tended to like the existing requirements. I think that keeps the most potential for maintaining, the fabric. So that'll be my first take on that. I think one thing that'll be very useful, and again, because it makes it easier for me to not have to continue to have to go back to technical assistance providers. Once I have a version of the model that has all of the districts in one place, I can begin to sort of cut and paste things in a way that, we can give you an iteration that has just the large parcels. We can give an iteration that has the large parcels plus the transit area minus the large parcels, all of that plus East Milton or minus East Milton. So I think, once I have that in my hands, it's not, it's a little bit labor intensive, but it's a straightforward exercise, I think, to sort of start to provide some of those options that we can start to pick and choose from.
So Tim, may I make
So that'll be, sorry.
Sorry, I just wanted to add the other parameter that we talked about earlier, but just to be sure that we get it covered. Minimum lot size of 7,500 with a sliding scale of units. And I'd say follow Pete Jackson's recommendation number 6 for that. And then 6 is the maximum number of units. I'm just throwing that out for the
So with the
on those
minimum of
parcels.
7,500, we're still achieving the 15 units per acre, right?
That's what they have to test.
But wouldn't we still have the same problem? Because if you put 3 units on 5,000 square feet, you still have no open space. Most of your lot is parking. If you bump it to 7,500, are we limiting it to 3 at 7,500?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what,
So 7,500 is the
Are you
minimum
saying
lot
three?
size.
Are you
It's
saying
Three.
6? Were you saying 6 or 3?
I'm saying 3
the
for that
max,
size.
3's the
Then
minimum.
you can do
on
4.
7,500
If
square
we
feet.
follow, I'll just read Pete's suggestion.
Yeah, I have it right in
think-
front of me. I'm looking at it.
Yeah, so you see where it's 3 units from a lot that's 7,500 to
Yeah,
10,000.
yeah.
4 units on a lot that's 10,000 to 15. 5 units on a lot that's 20 to 25.
Yeah.
And then I guess I would say anything over, we could cap it at that. And he
Cap it
just
at
said, if you wanted to make 6 the maximum on any lot larger than that. And I'm not saying that these are numbers that shouldn't be further thought about, but it's a way to see how that works,
Yeah,
how
I'm
that
just trying to
district might
understand it,
work.
that's all.
Yeah.
So here's one thing, and I hope they don't think I'm a nag because I actually asked them a lot of questions. One thing we talked about, the definition of multifamily. The alternative definition of multifamily is multiple buildings on a lot with 2 or more units. So if you have a 3-unit building on a lot, that's a multifamily lot. If you have 2 families, that's a multifamily lot. Now, one thing that I want to kind of find out if it would pass the sort of the by right test is if we wrote zoning that basically in certain sub-districts required you to do multiple buildings with multiple units. Because what that would do is on some of these larger lots with existing, large houses, effectively kind of a mini version of condo conversion that we talked about a couple of years ago,
Yeah.
where, you're required to create a certain number of units in the existing house, and then you have the ability to build a second building on the lot. Now,
That's where you
I
destroy the
want-
physical,
sorry, what was that?
that's where you destroy the physical character of your neighborhood, though, too, if you're getting into that.
Well, but it beats a tear down, right? So
This
I'm
is,
trying to avoid both.
but I really, Tim,
Yeah.
are you absolutely certain, because I talked to Tim about this today.
Yeah.
If you could keep the single family and add a 2-family, then you're not incentivizing a tear down, because if you're only still allowed to do 3 units, then what's the point, right? So,
yeah, but all the buildings on the lot have to have more than
have a
one
big
unit.
lot.
this is what is.
But if you can do more than, that's why I'm saying zone 10 acres per, zone a higher number in a smaller geographic area. But you're still putting you're still doing 50% along on transit. I'm not saying do less on transit, I'm just saying go higher density in areas that already have higher density. And then you
But-
don't have to,
You've heard from some folks
Yeah.
that they want to make sure we think of this equitably. So
Yes.
I do think we need to not do that just yet. I think,
it's 50% of
that's what I
transit,
like about
yeah.
these sub-districts that UTIL showed, even if, because then you can parse
Right.
out parts of it. So maybe when they look at this, as we've talked about, Meredith, you can still, look at, does it work with these numbers that we've just said? And then does it work if you peel out that
Yeah.
subzone 7, subzone 6, or whatever it is, right?
right. I mean, I think we do, want it to be equitable, and so that's definitely,
Yeah, so I also want to be mindful of the hazards along some of our roads. So as you all know, Route 28 Randolph Ave and Chickatobit is the deadliest intersection in the state. And DOT is working on a whole plan to try to help with that. And by putting in a roundabout, which I believe about 1,800 residents in the town did sign a petition to not do that roundabout. So I think it would be actually irresponsible of us to create zoning to allow for, 300 units up on Randolph Ave, putting it into a situation that is already extremely dangerous. I don't think
So,
that that's
yeah,
the
I
best
agree.
place
Yeah,
in all
I
of
think
our
that goes in that
town.
pro-con list,
I agree. Yeah.
where we're going to eliminate some of these potential districts through that pro-con kind of discussion. But until we can make up those units somewhere else, Maggie, that's the issue, right? Or we can figure out how to be compliant without needing that site.
right.
Yeah, and it's still, I go back to, you have to look at what is the purpose of this mandate. The purpose of the mandate is to create housing along transit and to reduce greenhouse gases and emissions and traveling. So that's where, again, I'm struggling with this whole thing. And sometimes, like, we didn't create the mandate. And now we're forced to kind of create some zoning on something that doesn't work for our town. And I think it's really, really unfortunate when we really could have done something a lot better.
Well, Randolph Ave
And I
does
think-
have bus line, and that's what the justification for 240Bs on Randolph Ave is that that's public transit. So,
Yeah, but these guys are saying the T. I mean, the purpose of this is to write.
Yeah, but the bus lines are excluded from this mandate. And again, the 240 only runs once an hour because my staff takes it. So I'm very familiar with the 240. But because of the proximity of the site to the Chickatobit, I just think that's a deadly combination.
yeah, again, I think, this is one of the things where residents of the town that live in all these neighborhoods should be aware of it, be aware of the options, and provide us their feedback.
Yeah. So, Tim, do you feel good about that, where we're headed now?
Yeah,
there's some
I
things that-
think
yeah.
I get it. And so I'm gonna as soon as and I'm expecting this tomorrow from UTIL, a nice clean compliance package that we can start kind of fiddling around with some of those numbers and kind of again including and excluding certain sub-districts. So that may not be something that is 100% ready for next week, but I think we'll be far enough along next week to have an informed discussion and kind of see where it's going. So I feel comfortable. I feel okay with this. So yes.
Okay.
Tim,
Moving it
when
forward.
for our next meeting, can you just help us in our next meeting plan out our meetings through the fall? We talked in our last meeting of how little time we have and how few meetings we have, and I honestly don't have a good handle on what's left for time. But I mean, if we have 2 meetings a month, and September, October, November, 6 meetings, it's over at that point. I just if we could walk through that in our next meeting, I'd appreciate that.
I think we could.
Yeah, no,
consider
100%.
Scheduling a meeting just for MBTA communities.
Yeah.
A meeting or 2, right? We don't have other
Yeah.
agenda items.
And then, Tim, to Sean's point, can you also include when this thing has to go before the warrant, so when zoning has to be written?
Yeah,
it gets to the
yeah,
warrant, then when it
and I
gets to the
think
town
just
meeting?
for what we kind of know right now, and this was again kind of speculative back in January. We had to do that action plan for compliance, and the way that the way that I kind of wrote that was looking at previous December town meetings and then kind of backing into, okay, when did the warrant close and when did the planning board have a hearing? So, the dates that, were in that action plan, which again, we're not required to follow that if conditions on the ground change. But, it is based on kind of a typical fall or December town meeting schedule, was to have a planning board hearing in October. So that leaves, November for finalizing the warrant. The article goes to the warrant committee. Town meeting is in early December, which is extraordinarily tight. The select board has indicated to me that they would probably be, wanting to close the warrant in, let me just bring up the calendar, in that second week of October. So if the planning board meets on the 12th, select board meets on the 10th, that would be, when they would close the warrant. In order to have that public hearing, we'd have to have, a credibly written article, by the end of September, which is tight. It's very tight. I've got a solicitation out, for some additional grant funding that I got from the state, to bring someone on to help us with that. And I've been talking to UTL about this. I said, basically, I went through the procurement process of, sending out to 3 firms, but I think because they've been sort of knee deep in kind of helping us with, with the compliance model, to sort of use, the state has a model bylaw that they put together that I think it would be very advisable for us to, try to use, just because a lot of that work, is kind of already done. That's something I can send that around, just so folks can have a look at that, to see. But, that I think, would probably be the base of the zoning language. My hope is that the process of writing up the language it's going to be difficult, but, because we've had such a detailed conversation on district boundaries and, and kind of what our principles behind that are, that we can still get to this timeline. But there's a strong possibility that we don't, or that we may not want to, because of, where we are, come September. So I'll try to have a little bit more detail on that timeline. But that's kind of what I know, just based on just strictly the calendar and how a fall town meeting in December needs to kind of, come together.
Another follow-up?
Yeah, Tim, I thought I heard that the warrant closed on September 22nd.
I haven't heard that, but I don't want to go against you on that.
Oh, I know, and I don't want to. That's just what I heard.
Yeah,
which made me very nervous.
Yeah, I think the last conversation I had with the town administrator and the chair of the select board was that would be the typical kind of when they would want to close the warrant, is around that time, to get to December and to, give the warrant committee the time it needs, after the planning board public hearing. There's not necessarily a critical path here, as it relates to the planning board public hearing and the warrant process. The planning board public hearing is, for the purpose of, publicly discussing the language and, coming to a recommendation that goes to town meeting, I mean, that could conceivably, happen up to the day before. You obviously do not want to do that, but, that's something where, we've had situations in the past where, those hearings have gone, up to, a pretty tight deadline. But again, these are, an ideal process. You want to give yourself the time to have that consideration and, have enough time for the warrant committee to do its work and for the warrant to get printed so that we're not, dealing with
So Tim,
reams
can I-
of green
can I
sheets.
just ask you one last question here, and it's an appeal.
Yeah.
Thinking this thing through, to get this done in 9 weeks is pretty unattainable. As the new guy on the board, is it possible to petition the EOHLC and just ask those guys for more time without saying the word non-compliance? Just ask them. We're up against the wall. We can't get this done. Can you guys give us 6 months? Can you give us a year? Is that unheard of? Is that possible?
Well, I mean, Jim, all of this is unheard of, because this is literally, it's literally the first deadline. I think that what I'll say is this, that I'm trying to get my thoughts together and say this in the right way.
All right, while you're getting your thoughts together, I would like to suggest too that a conversation about 6 months additional time, I would support. Jim, I really feel like we need more testing, like I've started to do. That's not just a numbers testing, but take a look at a few parcels and and they're just test parcels, but I did that in Milton Village, and it's very informative. And then I really think like the form-based zoning, which is not the kind of zoning that Tim's talking about getting done in short order, because it requires you to get out there and really kind of document what's there. It's just not that form-based zoning won't get done in that time. And the form-based zoning is the way to offer protection that neighborhoods aren't going to get destroyed by the kinds of development that wouldn't fit in. Because otherwise, design guidelines are allowed. The design guidelines, though, are only, suggestions, right? They're not a requirement.
This is by right zoning.
Right. So that's where the form-based will give you the teeth that is allowed. So
my thinking on this has always been, and I think, Jim, what this really hinges on is, we talked earlier about, the amount of money that the town of Milton has gotten, from these grant programs. And the thing is, there are known penalties, which are laid out in statute. And we've talked about this. And then there are unknown penalties. What's the Attorney General going to do? What's the governor going to do? What's every other agency going to do? We don't know. All we know is what's in the statute. And, we're not big players in mass works. We're not eligible for housing choice. I think the real thing to keep an eye on and to be very cognizant of is the Local Capital Projects Fund provides subsidy to local housing authorities. And that's real money that the Milton Housing Authority gets every year. Now, I haven't looked at the budget that is out there right now on Beacon Hill. I would like to see if the legislature is still using the Local Capital Projects Fund to subsidize local housing authorities. If they are, we have to have our eyes wide open about that if we're not compliant, we lose access to that money, and that money needs to be made up somewhere. If that Local Capital Projects Fund,
I've listened in on a couple of conversations with other towns on that, and that's what they're saying. They say this mandate runs counter to that it's really quite silly that they want us to produce housing, yet will take away funding for housing. So I think that's one of the things that they are looking at, because it just is a crazy notion.
Yeah, and
that's just what I'm hearing.
Yeah, and I've heard that, again, the budget process on Beacon Hill is more opaque than anything in the universe. So, I had heard kind of, whispers about that. And now that there's a budget deal that's kind of out there, I'd like to start kind of looking into that because I think, when we talk about what sort of are the unknown sort of non-compliance kind of consequences, you might have seen today in the Globe, Lawyers for Civil Rights and a couple of other groups in Central Mass, just filed a suit against the town of Holden, which is, unlike Milton, not making a good faith effort towards compliance. They've basically said, we're not complying. We don't think we need to. We don't think we are. We're just not doing it, which is not what we have said. We've been working, I think, very diligently. My instinct here has been, if we can't get this done in a special town meeting in December and we get it done at the annual in May, 6 months later, I don't think that Andrea Campbell is going to be beating down our door, with a lawsuit waving her hand around. I think we've clearly demonstrated that we are working extraordinarily hard to do this in a thoughtful and deliberate and kind of, compliant way. Now, I don't think that means that we don't keep our pedal to the metal. But also, I've said it from the very beginning, if December comes around and we don't have good zoning, then I don't think that we should rush to town meeting. But also you kind of have to try to get to December town meeting, if that kind of makes sense.
So it's not December,
so-
it's September. This is the end of September.
Right. And if
So
you
we're
think
not, I can say with as the new guy, whatever, we're not going to make it. We're not going to be able to write zoning and get this done. And if the only potential consequence for non-compliance is not getting that money, which I think I've heard you say is about 35 grand a year.
Yeah.
I think we're putting the town in jeopardy by not taking a step back and at least asking the EOHLC to give us more time. I mean, is that something that you would be willing to do, or where are we
even
at?
what Tim's saying is that even if they said no, we've fallen out of compliance for 5 months.
Yeah.
And I think if you do the same math that you just did, saying say it's really September, an annual town meeting is going to be around January 3rd, when you're going to, or maybe February, into February, that you're going to have the article ready for the warrant then. So the pedal to the metal is still, to get it done by then is going to be a lot of work.
Yeah.
To do it right.
Yeah.
I mean, you can have zoning
I
ready, yeah,
I
but-
think my position on asking for relief has always been, let's understand exactly the relief that we need. And I think, Jim, I appreciate, that it's coming and it's going to be very difficult, and there's a high probability that we don't get it done. But I think we need to kind of, not get it done before we tell the state that we're not going to be able to get it done, if that makes sense. So I think that's something that we should definitely, when the time is appropriate, be prepared to kind of communicate with the state about. But I think we need to, I think we need to get as much done as we can in the time that we have, and understand kind of how far off we are if we feel that we're going to be far off.
Yeah, and
I know how far we are right now.
Yeah, and I support that too. I mean, I have no issue with putting the best effort possible. We're not going to be the only town that's in this situation. I mean, this is nobody's going to be able to really create, good zoning for their town in such a short time frame. It really wasn't fair of the state to impose a 12/31/23 deadline for something as big as this.
That it goes through town meeting for approval, because it's a different process for some of the other sort of cities.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
But nonetheless,
It's-
even if you didn't have to get through town meeting for approval, for any town, imagine what they're asking people to do.
only like Newton and Brookline, who are already well underway with zoning initiatives, are probably in the position to. Arlington, I think, was too. But I do think, Tim, if you're talking to UTIL about zoning, I'd talk to them about form-based zoning and ask them, what do they need in terms of the compliance model decisions to get started on that? And do we have adequate grant money to do it, or do we need to put in money to do it? I mean, this is the sort of planning I think that, Sean, you were talking about in terms of time,
Yeah.
but I'm actually thinking in terms of steps. Like, do we want to say we support form-based zoning, and so therefore that's what we're asking Tim to pursue? I mean, that's a decision we can make, I think. And
I can ask about that and kind of see what resources will be needed, and then that can inform the conversation.
Because there's no reason why somebody right now couldn't be getting a sense of what the character of that district is and formulating ideas of how those guidelines or those standards would be established. It's like when I said I went and I rode my bike and I looked at the character of the district, and then I started looking at the GIS map and looking where they're positioned on the property. They can do the same thing now. That's what they would need to do to get started.
You're doing that on your bike, huh? You
I
should drive. We don't have enough time for you to be riding your bike around doing this.
get
That
my
would be great,
exercise
Tim.
at the same time.
Whatever.
So let's.
But just one more thing with that.
So I just have a question. My only concern, what I raised earlier, was about a citizen's petition. So what happens if, like, we are all in agreement that we're going to ask for additional time to try to become compliant with the law? And what happens if a group of residents put together a citizen's petition? Then what happens?
I think that goes to what Tim and Sean said. We keep moving as fast as we possibly can. And,
Let the residents know that we are working.
yeah,
to get
and,
there.
the reality is I've been on this board where we put sort of a placeholder article in, which gets us started. But the real time then would be, when is it going to print? Because you want what's going to print to be close to what you're actually planning to do, because otherwise the people haven't been informed about what the zoning is, right?
Yeah, and we were involved in this last year in town meeting. We need some guidance so that our article, when it does get to town meeting, isn't out of scope, right?
Right,
I mean,
exactly.
we've had that problem in the past. So I think, Tim, I could imagine what you just described being a real situation. We have a placeholder of an article by the end of September, and we spend the next 6 weeks after that trying to fine tune it. You know what I mean? And make it right. But I don't know, Tim, if we end up with an article that would be deemed out of scope.
When's the print date? Did Tim say, and I don't recall?
I got to find out what the print date is.
That's the date that's critical, but
It
don't forget, too. we need
It
to
says
get
in the
warrant
selectmen's
committee on.
packet from their last week that the warrant closes on the 22nd.
Yeah, but then
Of
there's a date
September?
at which they go to print, Maggie, at the warrant?
September.
Boom.
Sorry, I just closed out of that. It was on their packet from last week. I think it goes to print 11/2, maybe.
Yeah, so see, that's a big difference. You at least
Yep,
get another 6
yep.
weeks, as you say, Sean.
Then how much time does that leave the warrant to look it over? The warrant committee? Are we kind of throwing them under the bus?
Is it possible to have a conversation with the chair of the warrant committee on this? I mean, is there any flexibility, or is it pretty firm? Submit an article if you're going to have it on the warrant, and then possibly modify your article.
Well,
I don't know how that works.
You can, but they need time to be able to review it, and if it's in process, if it's changing, they can't really even begin.
Yeah.
I think that's happened in the past, where they're at the last minute trying to schedule meetings to,
Yeah.
because there've been so many changes.
you can the select board can reopen the warrant and have an updated article.
At town meeting?
Accepted, even at town meeting, it's not ideal, but any time before that, too.
Oh, and then give it
But
back
not
to the
significant
warrant to
changes.
have them.
I mean, those would be minor changes at that point on town meeting
You
floor.
don't want to do that to
wouldn't
those
want-
guys.
No, on the town meeting floor, but I mean, like, after September
Yeah.
22nd.
It says September 27th, email articles to the warrant committee.
September.
So they want it by the 27th.
That's a more aggressive schedule than the last. I mean, and again, Maggie, you're reading straight from the material, so I don't disbelieve it at all. But I do think that given that this is going to be an article that's going to go through the planning board, you may have some influence into, if they feel that's the latest they can close the warrant, then that's the latest they can close the warrant. But I think that they should be closing the warrant at the latest possible date that is feasible.
And I think to Sean's point.
And October 24th is the select board approves the warrant.
When?
October 24th.
October 24th.
All right, so I guess maybe either Tim or Meredith, if you could confer
Yeah.
with town administrator, I guess.
Tim,
those
can you do
dates.
that? Just check with those dates in your meeting.
Yeah, I will double check on those dates. Nick is out next week. I may just go straight to the chair
Is he
to
out
kind
for
of
the
figure
whole week, Tim?
that out. What was that?
Is he out for the entire week? Or I thought it was just a long weekend.
Oh, I got to check. I don't know.
Okay.
You'll go straight to the chair of the warrant, you said?
So I guess what I would ask.
The select board.
Tim,
Select
is if
board.
you would reach out, I mean, Meredith,
We can check it,
if
yeah.
you all agree, reach out to the chair of the warrant committee and encourage them all to attend the next public forum so that they can
They've actually invited me to come
Okay, great.
Great.
to their meeting on
Yeah,
the
because
14th. Actually,
I think it's much
That's the
better-
same day as the. That's the same day as the forum. We may have to
Or you can
reschedule
ask
that.
them to attend the forum. I just
Yeah,
think
but
it's
I
better-
did get an invite from the chair of the warrant
have their
committee
meeting at your forum.
to come and present about this.
Well, as important as it is, and it's the only article that they're going to have to consider, as much as they can do to stay informed up until they receive the article, I think the better. We've had this conversation about the warrant committee and making recommendations on zoning that they might talk about it at whatever number of meetings they have time for. But if you think about how long the zoning articles are worked on and how many hours of discussion and meeting that are held by the planning board and the work in the planning department, it's hard for them to get a complete picture in the little time that they have compared to the time that it's been put in.
But what they are going to really need to know is the fiscal impacts, and that we haven't even begun.
right.
So we need to I think they can watch, and I think that's great that we keep them updated, but the fiscal impact study on the cost benefit analysis is what they're really going to be weighing in on more than anything. So, all right.
When do we get that? The fiscal analysis?
We have a consultant hired, but until we get the districts, they.
I'll have a
they've been doing
timeline
some
on that
work
for you
our,
on Thursday.
What did you say, Tim?
Yeah,
I said I'll have a timeline on deliverables on Thursday.
great. Okay.
And then just one last thing that was covered. Tim, when you run the models, will you make sure you include the existing units? I think that was to Sean's point. Do you have that? Existing units versus...
Yeah, we'll be able to kind of evaluate what the sort of the net new units is. That doesn't happen inside the model, but if we know how many units there are existing, we can kind of do that math. Yeah, we can definitely figure that out.
That'd be super helpful for me. Thank you.
Great. So now, I think we have, Tim, you had a postcard ready because we do want to continue outreach to the public as things move forward. You had a postcard, and Jim has drafted a letter to go into the electric bills, which we are allowed to. Water bills?
Water bills.
Sorry, water bills. And I think it's a good idea to actually do both. I think hitting people as frequently as we can it would be beneficial, just to create awareness and let them know about our forums. Tim,
I thought that the water bill, it would only go to some people and not others in
So
time.
it goes out 3 times.
Yeah.
So August, September, October.
Yeah, what I remember.
One third of the town.
Yeah, what I
Process.
remember from Tim's email, and maybe I've missed an email, but I thought the conclusion was, mail it on your own. Don't try this. Is that what you had said, Tim, or did I?
I don't know if I said that was probably my recommendation, if only because, we may be able to get to everyone in time with the water bills, but there would be a third of the town that kind of wouldn't get it until like, a relatively late date, as opposed to everybody getting it, as soon as they possibly can.
Okay.
Could we do both ways, though? Even if it's, one is, and
Right, by doing it.
There's nothing, I mean, it's cheaper, so it's 13.
one is, yeah, but one we can do and blanket the whole town at once. And then the other way is,
I thought
In
the town
thirds.
administrator's email, that the one that Tim sent to us, was that it was a mailing by the board itself was the approach that was recommended after consulting with the departments. Am I remembering that incorrectly?
Yeah, I didn't see that. So I actually went and talked to Chase Berkeley, the DPW director, because I wanted to find out about this. Because Tim had said it wasn't possible for I don't know what reason, but
I think he was saying we wouldn't hit everyone all at once. We
okay.
did it in thirds.
Yeah, so I mean, if that's the only reason, I don't see why we wouldn't do it, because we're still going to be discussing this in October. I mean, we're not going to vote on it until December.
I thought one round of the bills goes out in December.
No, it's October. It's August, September, October.
So the people wouldn't get it until next August?
No, we have to get it done like tonight or tomorrow so we can get it out.
But
in the
1/3
August
of the
bills.
people, okay, so August.
So what it's, yeah, so they send the water bills out, I think, in the beginning of August. So they said we can put a flyer, which is not uncommon, in with the water bill, an insert. The 360 tree committee did it, and they actually tried to solicit money for trees. It worked out great. So we draft up a letter like this, or a message, or whatever we want to send. I think it's about $1,300. We give it to them, they give it to their printer, and they put it in the water bills. And the water bills, they don't go out all at once, they go out a third of the town at a time. I don't know what districts get it, but over the next 3 months, everybody will get it. And my thinking, and I think it was discussed at a former meeting, is that, when you get a flyer, a 6x9 card is great, but I know when I get them, I throw them out. When I open my water bill, it's a bill that I have to pay, I read it. This would get people's attention. There are, whatever,
I don't-
$9,800,
Yeah.
9,800 houses in Milton, they all have a water bill. I don't see, would be crazy not to do it.
So what would the total expenditure for doing both be?
Well, this is about 1,300, and the mailer, I think, is about 4,500.
But this is only one bill, one round of bills,
This is all three.
all three. I don't support having different language in the two myself. I think it's just going to add confusion. And I think this effort is led by the planning department, and it's informed by our board and the select board. And so I feel as if we've been trying to work with the select board and have a kind of a consistent kind of message. So having the planning department send out one message and the planning board send a different message doesn't make sense to me. I think we're going to end up all finding that the residents are going to be confused, which is not what we want. We want the residents to become informed. And so then the question becomes whether people support the language that was in the card versus the language that you put in the letter. I think the one thing about the card is that, I would like people to go to the site, to the Town of Milton site, and read for themselves. I don't want them just to attend our meetings, because I think there's a lot more information than just our meetings that is available to them. And so then if I look at the card itself, the
Tim, can you
green
pull that
box,
up?
oh, so yeah,
Could you pull that up, Tim,
Sure.
if that's possible?
yeah,
You could
so
just-
I think the green box is just the fact. I don't think there's any
But, yeah.
disputing that. The green box, if you read the language of the green box.
The green box.
So I think we have two different issues, or I think one is, do we want to do the mailing within the bill and send out a postcard? And I am of the belief that it's like marketing 101 when you, are trying, you have to hit somebody at least 3 times before they start paying attention to the message. So I do think it's worth the effort and the expense to put it in the bill that goes out, as well as send a postcard. So that, to me, is like the first item of discussion. Do we want to do both? Or do we want to do one and not the other? And then the next discussion is, what do you want the language to be?
Yeah, as long as you agree that the language should be consistent amongst the messaging that you're getting out in multiple formats, I guess.
Yeah, I don't think it should be.
Yeah, and
because I think
there should be some consistency, but also, again, with marketing, different messages hit different people in a different way. So you don't necessarily always want to send the same message. It's nice to mix it up because people pay attention to different headlines in a different manner. So I don't think they should have to match. I do think, directing them to the website is a good idea. And, if you think about all the successful ad campaigns, it usually has some type of catchy title to get your attention.
So
I'm not sure if what is the MBTA communities law on the postcard is catchy enough.
yeah, I guess the one thing I get concerned about is you want to draw people's attention to something, but also you don't want to be sensational. So I think the sensational comes from, in the past, what I've seen in flyers that have come either via email or in the mail. Certain zoning is going to ruin the town or change the character of the town, or you better pay attention, people are trying to ruin your town. And that's all very inflammatory. So I don't think any message that comes from the planning board, should it be in any way read as having any kind of intention of doing that. And so if I then look at,
Is there language in here that you thought was, because I think it is pretty.
Yeah, and I don't really, no one really agrees with that statement. So I do think you can be,
you don't agree
you don't
with
have
it, but it has
to
happened.
be totally sensational, but it
that
has to be
here?
catchy.
So the one clarification I would say on this, because it has to be fact-based, everything that we have to be say, and both consistent, it can be written differently, but everything has to be based in fact, is that the line that says, learn about the changes and impacts of the 2461 multifamily units coming to our neighborhoods. I would correct that, because this is what we have to be consistent on. We are zoning for that. We are not necessarily, we are zoning for the multifamily units. We're not,
family unit zoning.
we're not saying that 2461 will be necessarily built. I know we don't know exactly how many, but
Well,
it's zoning for
I
those.
So if
agree
you
with
add the
that,
word
but
zoning in
I-
between units and coming,
Impacts of zoning for
I think we should start at the top. If
Yeah.
we want to talk about
Yeah, let's-
Jim's
okay.
letter, I was starting with the postcard that was prepared by
I
staff.
love the postcard. I think we should send that, Tim. I think that's
Okay.
great.
Can I make
Well,
a?
no, I think
can
it needs to get changed a little bit, because I don't think it's the law. I don't believe that anywhere it's referred to as the law. It's actually a zoning act.
Yeah.
It's not the law.
Let's have I guess a conversation about what
Right.
Tim had started with. Is it possible for us to come up with a message that is an unbiased message, and we have one message, rather than multiple different, things that are written? And I understand what Maggie's saying. And we don't want to lead people. We want to inform people, and we want to inform them in a way that they understand. What I think are the really relevant parts. I think we all think the relevant parts. I actually think the leading line is the town of Milton needs to make a decision, an important decision. I mean, I don't know if I'd lead is with what is the MBTA communities law. We need to make a decision as a town. and then outline the decision that we're being asked to make. And something that's not said in anything that we've published, but I think it needs to be said, people have this notion that this is affordable housing. It's not an affordable housing measure. We can make it affordable housing if we want, but this is market rate housing. You know, everybody that hears about this thinks that, because we're also programmed as a society to realize that we need affordable housing. This is not affordable housing. And I think people need to understand it's not affordable housing. So there's some parts to this. I really feel like it's the headline needs to be, you know, the town of Milton needs to make a decision. And it's an important decision.
So should there be like a little fact, I mean, there's a little bit of a fact sheet here, but maybe like, you know, I always think of frequently asked questions like we've done before with zoning is like to dispel some kind of the things, whether that's here or in this card, I guess. You know, I think, you know, the MBTA communities law, I think we could start off the bat. It is about housing. And it's about, we've talked about this, and it's because Massachusetts and New England in general, land use is governed at the local level. The state hasn't been able to compel really the production of the amount of housing that the state thinks that we need, right? And so it's asking communities to zone for multifamily housing to increase the housing units. So I think context is important too, in my opinion, because this thing doesn't come out of nowhere. There's been, you know, Charlie Baker, the governor, talked about a need for housing for a long time, and he signed that bill into law. So I think maybe a little context is important.
So I'm typing as you guys are talking. Maybe we can put it together right now.
And I don't, and so then it's like, okay, communities that have public transit are required. So it's not just, I guess that's said here in the top part. So maybe because this is maybe as you say, Sean, you don't lead with the green box, but maybe there's a little preface to the green box before it, which sets a little context. And as far as I think I'm comfortable with this language about what does it mean for Milton, but if others want to say that the act authorizes the Executive Office of Livable Communities, so whatever, to develop guidelines, and per those guidelines, this is what it means for Milton. So, you know, it's not saying it's the law itself, it's at least putting these things in the context of the guidelines and not making a judgment about whether we agree with the guidelines or not. Because then that's, again, it's a little more clarity to what compliance with the law means, right?
Yeah. And you know, presenting, I don't think we're going to put it together tonight. I honestly don't. I mean, this writing, this is tricky language to write, and we want to write something. And I guess what I'm suggesting is we want to write something that everybody sitting at the table, Maggie, Tim, Josh, Julia, we all feel good that we haven't led the resident to think either for it or against it.
I agree with that.
And I, you know, and I think we should say that within this, that the zoning requires us that we're being asked to create zoning to add 2,461 units. However, it's not likely, or we don't think it's possible, that 2,461 units can be added. There's a net add, not a total add. You know, I mean,
that is definitely a misconception that's been out there a long time too.
Yeah, but we have yet to prove it. But
Right.
but we know one thing. We know one thing, and I think this is we know this isn't going to add 100 units. You know,
Agreed.
it's going to add 1,000, 1,500, 1,600. It probably won't add 2,461, but it's not going to add only a handful.
Yeah, I don't
So
think it
so
would be 600
so I think people need to, you know, and that's we have to be fair. If it's not going to add 2,461, we can't mislead people and have them feel like it's not going to add anything. We're just going to write it. And this idea that you write zoning and it might not happen, I don't think we should say that at all. We write zoning with an expectation that it's going to happen.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. And I actually think, one way that you would test out the numbers piece of it is like, again, does it make economic sense to do it? Right, so if you're purchasing a property that you're allowed to, this is this kind of testing we did in Milton Village, right? We even spoke with a couple of developers about it. Do you get enough through this zoning to justify the cost? So would it make sense for you, like if you bought a single family at whatever market rate price that was? And obviously, if you're going to have 3 units, let's say that you're going to sell, maybe you can, depending upon the size, those units are selling for $750, let's say.
$1 million on Elliott Street.
Okay, so say they're selling for...
Two families on Elliott Street are $1 million condos.
All right, so let's...
It's going to happen.
So this is why we have to be so careful.
Right,
how
but you
we
still
do
have
this.
to have, the numbers still have to work, right? So if you buy a property that now the land is worth, let's say it's a single family, the land's worth $1 million, you say, maybe it's worth $1.5 million, and it costs you whatever amount to demo the existing and to build the new, and then you're going to sell them for $1 million, is the each, so you have $3 million. So the numbers have to, work out, right?
But I'll tell you, the developers are so excited about this.
The numbers will work out,
Even
guaranteed.
Tim will say they're chomping at the bit for this to get passed. So
The problem
problem
I'm
is
hearing
it's
from
not just
Jim,
big
though,
developers.
is Jim, you need
Smaller
to
guys.
get there, if we're going to do something for a mailer,
Yeah.
you need to get it to him when? When's the
yeah,
deadline?
what is our?
I think it's this week.
So, meaning Friday, tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm serious. Yeah, that's why
I just
we're
think-
missing the boat. So we're not going to do it tonight. We're probably going to miss it.
And that would be to mail
Well,
it
I think
with what?
that would be a shame
water
if
bill.
we missed a mailing to a third of the residents of the town.
It's all the residents, Maggie.
But it's
Yeah, but
It's even
staggered
better.
over time.
No, a third, and a third.
yeah.
Well,
We're
this
not saying
Friday-
we're
Yeah,
not-
but you have to,
Oh, I don't
I just
know.
think we should.
Right. I don't know if you can send it after the first. I didn't ask that. Actually, it's a good question. So we missed the first third, but we get the second and third. I don't know if that's possible, but I could find out.
Well, I think we do want to be we want
Yeah,
to
if you
have our
wanted-
messaging.
If you wanted to do something tomorrow, then I wouldn't be comfortable with this. I would be comfortable with the postcard language. And because I think it's pretty, maybe just changing comply with the law, just to say comply with the D or EOLC, whatever's guidelines, and that's it.
Yeah, my feeling is the.
So what don't you like about Jim's language?
We all know about Milton's historic trolley. Well, what does that mean? So the lead-in, like why is that the lead-in? And then it's like, but because it's classified, so it already puts a qualifier on it. But it's
So
classified.
would you
as
be
that to
okay with
change it.
getting rid of that line?
So I want it to be, those things are not like just, they're setting a tone for something that's not truly just fact-based. So I would have to, I think it would have to be rewritten. So that's just the first part. And then Meredith commented on the part about, the 2461 units that are coming to your neighborhood. That I think is one of those things that sets about a fear. It's not about setting about understanding.
And it does say above in that first line, the town is expected to create zoning for. It does say it differently up there, but I think it is 11, and I just don't know that
It's too bad.
we're going to be able to pull this together tonight.
So, I mean, the problem is if you don't do anything different, you're not going to get any different result. We're doing the same thing. We've had forum after forum after forum, and we're touching maybe 500 people, probably less. So if
do
you
wanna
don't add some jazz to it, you're not going to get anything. And I don't even think this is jazz. I think this is very neutral compared to what I wrote the first time. So if this is too much for you, I know that doesn't work. So
Then we're not going to come to an agreement tonight.
I know that we miss our opportunity, and we'll just spend the $4,500 to do a
Yeah,
mailer.
what if we just took out the first line?
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
Meg?
strike the first line, add the word zoning in between the word units and coming to our neighborhoods, and it seems pretty neutral to me. The goal is to get people to respond.
You would have to say because of this, because of our rapid transit classification. If you got rid of the first line, then you'd have to change
I'm
the
not comfortable trying to do this at 11 o'clock tonight, and we have something that staff has put together. It's consistent with other messaging that's been sent to town meeting members already in the letter. To me, the messaging needs to come from the planning department, and so it's all consistent. I mean,
And about Cheryl, the message is not working. People
you're,
care.
I don't agree that
the
your
messaging isn't
message-
correct.
Right.
The messaging isn't correct.
So,
I don't,
What is-
I
what is-
disagree
what is
that
incorrect?
the messaging is
Yep.
incorrect.
so.
Number one,
let's-
it's not a
you know what, I
law.
think we need to step
Maggie,
back.
it is a law. It's part of Chapter 40A of Mass General Laws. It's a law.
And it's called the Zoning Act.
That-
It does,
that's-
it's
That's
not an
that's
MBTA communities law.
well, it's Section 3A of Chapter 40A of the Massachusetts General Laws. It's the law.
Okay.
I don't know. Well, that's,
All right, so,
Yeah, again, and I mean, I guess I wouldn't even bother debating whether it's, Section 3A to Chapter 40A, and as a result of that, it's defined as a law. It may be, but the town has to make a decision. Do they want to comply with the zoning request or do they not? So I think, I struggle with that first line, because as soon as you send something to anybody that says, what is the MBTA community's law? Anybody that has law believes that you don't have a choice. You don't. I hear law and I feel like it's something I'm obligated to do. But the reality of it is, the law says that, there's a guideline that's asking you to create zoning. You can or you cannot. So that's, I'm not in favor of sending anything right now, because I think we should take a crack at writing something that we all can support.
I guess I would say that we have to come to a fundamental agreement whether we think this is a law or not. I mean, so maybe that's the first step, which I agree that we're not going to get it done tonight. I think that...
Cheryl, I don't think we're going to debate that it's a law or not a law. At least I won't. I mean, I guess it's a law to honor the speed limit, but people exceed the speed limit all the time, and they can pay the penalty if they want to exceed the speed limit. I guess that's your choice. The same is true in a lot of ways for this. They've outlined something, they created an expectation, you can comply, and if you comply, that's great. If you don't comply, there's a penalty, there's a consequence for it. And, I'm all for saying that, there's a consequence for it that's been stated, and there's a potential that there's greater consequences if you don't, and nobody can define the greater consequences.
Well, you already see that's a lawsuit today, a civil rights lawsuit.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess I struggle with that too.
We'll see where it ends up.
So again, if there was already a consequence outlined for the town of Holden looked at it and said, okay, well, I understand the consequence, it's been outlined for me, and I'm willing to take the consequences based on how they outlined it. So, I don't know how you could be sued, if you decided that you weren't going to comply with zoning because the consequence of not complying, it was given to you.
And then what if Holden actually wins?
Well,
We're killing ourselves to
you
write
think-
this zoning.
All right,
And
we'll
then
see.
what if they win?
Well-
Or what if EOHDC, whatever it's called, changes their guidelines again? They've changed it on affordability, they've changed it on commercial space.
bus lines, they changed the bus lines.
You know what, I understand,
No, I know,
like,
but
we
there's
all
just-
have this, I
okay,
completely
I get it.
understand, there's a lot of unknowns.
Yeah.
I think we should send our comments to Tim. One thing that we could write is, if we did say, what is the MBTA community's law? What are the guidelines from DHCD? And then put, what choice will Milton make?
Yeah.
Like something at
Yeah.
the bottom.
Or just write, what is the law? The law is 15 units per acre, multifamily, within half mile of the transit. That's the law. The law is pretty simple.
Right.
So if we're going to state the word law at the beginning, then we should state the law throughout, which is 3 simple things.
Yeah.
But
All right,
I think we
everyone
need to
send
put
your-
the guidelines
Yeah.
in.
I think everybody should send their comments to Tim on this. I think it, I like the way it looks. I think I like the idea of a postcard. We'll talk about also doing another mailing too. I think multiple ways that getting the word out. So let's table this and discuss it later. It is after 11 now, and I'm going to not discuss the lighting, the signs. Signs, I had 2 very small things. I'll email that to Tim, just the small amendments. But if we don't end up having a December town meeting, I'm not going to push these. We've got cut and fill bylaw we want to work on. We'd love to have some other things too. So I don't feel like there's a rush on this. So I'd like to defer these to a future meeting, these other additional articles.
I like that we keep on the agenda discussion of articles because it keeps, like Christine Hodlin said,
I don't want her to think that
we've got a list. I really would love to keep the list at sort of the forefront, and we talk through the list together.
Yep.
And we decide what we think is low-hanging fruit and what's larger fruit, and if
Right.
it needs some money or a consultant associated with it, we plan for that. Because there are things
In
that
committee updates,
there are things that need to be done eventually, but I think we all know that the pressure on the MBTA communities is why we
right.
haven't done it.
Right.
But it's good to keep at the on the agenda, I think.
And
we
then
have
I'm
time
also
to get
going
to
to, if
it.
we're going to try to get to committee reports, the only thing that I would like to say is there is now a survey out for the open space and recreation plan. So just like the MBTA, there's a survey now. Tim, that's up on the website, correct? That people can go on, because I think that's really important that we get input.
It certainly is, and I don't think we've done a social media push on that yet, but we will probably next week. Just trying to space those things out. But yeah,
September
it's
Does that fall under planning?
it's up on the website. Tell all your friends.
It is under the planning department. I'm the liaison, I'm the
okay.
liaison
I
from
got
the planning board to that committee, so, yeah. Okay, so with that, if I can have a motion to adjourn,
So moved.
second?
Second.
Okay, roll call, Jim,
Yes.
Sean,
Yes.
Maggie,
Yes.
Cheryl,
Yes.
and myself, yes. Good night, all, and thank you, Maggie, for tuning in on vacation.
Oh, thanks.
Thanks, Tim, thank you, staff. Good night.
Have a good night, everybody.
Good
Good night, Tim.